Okay. All right. Yep. This is going to be a fun day for me. Oh, boy. I got coffee, just in case, and because I wanted... You know what I did? You know what I did that's messed up? I wanted to... I wanted to be sure that I'd be here on time, so I am a piece of crap. I acknowledge my crappiness. I Uber Eats McDonald's, and so McDonald's is coming. I'm not going to lie to you. And the McDonald's isn't going to be here for a little bit, for like another 10 minutes. And I'm like, I thought in my head, you know, oh yeah, I need to get this done around 4, so I need to Uber Eats McDonald's. But the Uber Eats isn't going to be here for another 10 minutes. But the funny thing is that this announcement's probably going to be delayed by 30 minutes because that's what NASA does. I am getting tendies. Yes, of course. You have a radar to watch while you drink coffee? Now that I've had my coffee, I'm ready to watch radar. All right, so guys, if you're new here or you're just coming in, let me bring you up to speed. This is NASA's HLS contract announcement. What does that mean? HLS is the Human Landing System, specifically a lunar lander. NASA is going to announce what company is going to get the contract for landing people on the surface of the moon for NASA's Artemis missions. NASA's Artemis missions and Artemis program is the program to go back to the moon and basically pick up where the Apollo program left off 50 years ago in change. So we have 3 entries into the HLS contract. You have the national team, which is made up of Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, Blue Origin, and Draper Laboratories, making a 3-stage lander. So you have another stage down here, you have your descent module, and then you have your ascent module. Okay? That's a 3-stage lander variant. 3 stages means you have 3 parts of the rocket that detach so you can keep the rocket lighter to land down on the surface. And then you have Dynetics entrant into it, which is a single stage to orbit, SSTO as they call it, single stage to orbit lander, meaning this thing starts up in space and lands, no parts fly off. Dynetics is a Leidos company. Leidos is a big defense contractor. There's an astronaut in an EVA suit for scale. And then the last one here is Lunar Starship. SpaceX has a lunar variant of the Starship. And the lunar variant has lander engines amidship right here. And it will land down on the moon. Now, yeah, it's a little bit bigger than the other 2 bids. But it's starting now. Okay. Those are the 3 entrants in, and here we go.
In 2020, NASA selected 3 American companies to build human landing systems in order to inspire innovation and support the growing lunar economy. Later today, NASA is going to announce the team that won the competition to build the lander that will take astronauts to the moon. This is a really big deal because people haven't been to the moon in about 50 years. The best thing about competitions is that they bring different people and teams together to think about challenges or problems in new ways. That's why we ask students across the country to compete in our Artemis Moon Pod Essay Contest. We asked students from grades K through 12 a similar question. How would you design a mission to the moon? I have to tell you, those essays we got back are truly inspiring. Today, you get to hear from the finalists. Thank you to the teachers who organized this activity in your classroom, and all of the brilliant students who wrote an essay, and for sharing your lunar exploration dreams with us. We are doing everything we can to make them come true.
Greetings from the Artemis Base Camp. This is the commander reporting on her first day, along with my strong, determined, well-trained, curious, and optimistic team of 4 members.
My crew is going to have astronauts, who are doctors, mechanics, and scientists. Each astronaut is a team player, who's calm and can make good decisions.
An expedition to the moon South Pole, the BEST. Best team consists of Barbara, Elizabeth, Steve, and Tom.
This mission will put to test our field-leading abilities and years of bonded friendship to establish a permanent research facility on the moon's South Pole powered by Krusty.
My top priority would be analyzing the water deposits of the permanently shadowed craters. Water is essential for drinking, fuel, cooling machinery, and growing plants, making it the most important commodity on our moon.
A system of solar panels can be set up around a crater that receives constant sunlight to power both a Brickobot and a brick-baking solar oven.
Thus, an observatory could probe deep space without light interference from the Earth. Since the moon has no atmosphere to diffuse it, the light from the sun would have little effect on stargazing.
Using our comprehensive and diverse skill set, we will provide a practical tool that will change lunar exploration forever.
Embarking on this incredible adventure, I couldn't help but be grateful to be given this opportunity to lead the most remarkable crew and to know I was a part of the Artemis generation.
Hello, I'm astronaut Randy Bresnick, and I just wanted to say great job to all the essay contest finalists. It is truly inspiring to hear young people thinking about the future of space exploration. All of us at NASA were once kids just like you, imagining what it would be like to go into space, to walk in space, to walk on the moon, or build the next generation of great spacecraft, which is what we're doing right now. Big dreams like those aren't easy to achieve. It takes teams across the country and around the world working together to make it all possible. We're counting on all of you to dream big and join us in continuing being creative, working hard, and keep working together. This is an amazingly exciting time for the Artemis program. For you, for me, for all of us in the Artemis generation. This is our time. So keep watching to find out which human landing system design or designs will be continuing forward in the developmental process, and follow at NASA Artemis on social media for all the latest updates. Go Artemis.
I'm listening, guys. That's why I have the mic muted. Okay.
The importance of landing humans back on the moon is we're going back in a way that is totally different. We've had almost 60 years of experience, and we're taking every single ounce of experience we have and taking that with our international partners, with our commercial partners.
We've been working for the last year with 3 partners who will help us achieve the next human mission to the moon, because we know that this first step to the moon will then lead us to go to Mars. And we know that the human landing system is one of the first steps to get us there. And so we've been working with Dynetics, Alido's company. We've been working with Blue Origin, who have partners of Draper, Lockheed Martin, and Northrop Grumman. In addition, we've also been working with SpaceX.
This is a very, very exciting time for the Human Landing System program. They've spent a lot of blood, sweat, and tears over this last couple years getting ready for this moment.
We're really excited to bring you the announcement of who NASA is going to continue to finish out the human landing system and take humans back to the moon. NASA has chosen SpaceX to return us to the moon. I am so excited to partner with SpaceX in this fantastic endeavor for the Artemis suite of missions. So congratulations to the SpaceX team.
The SpaceX design is a single-stage solution using their Starship. It provides extensive volume for the crew with 2 airlocks and ample down mass capability. The SpaceX proposal included in-space propellant transfer demonstration and uncrewed test landing.
That's big.
So now that we've selected our partner, and for the next phase going forward, we have to make sure that the testing occurs, because we're not going to launch humans until we have a successful test. So we will be working to make sure that the design and everything that we have going forward so far is ready to go.
So the human landing system is going to allow us to be able to access different parts of the lunar surface. But it also allows us to explore a new technology and capabilities that will help us when we are trying to figure out our next round of technologies to be able to help us land on Mars or other planets out there.
I'd like to thank the companies for the great work this past year. We've all learned a lot. I'd like to thank the NASA team, because you have definitely risen to this challenge.
It is one more step and an exciting group of steps that will get us to a sustainable human landing system to the moon.
You look less than pleased. No, I'm, guys. Okay, all right. Let me tell you where I'm at. Okay, look, NASA would be stupid at the same time to not use Starship, because SpaceX is going to go to the moon one way or the other. All right, that's the honest truth. Okay. However, I really don't like the fact that we have one way to land on the moon. HLS and NASA in the past has said that they're going to choose 2 providers for redundant dissimilar architecture. Have 2 ways to get to the moon. I think that picking one lander is not a good idea. Even if it's a lander that I like. I love SpaceX. Starship's they're gonna do it, obviously. I'm not worried about that. But also at the same time, I can't help but think that, why don't we have 2 ways? We should have 2 ways. It's pretty clear that they didn't have enough money. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that new lunar starship, the new lunar starship renders, though, they're pretty rad with those landing legs. That's pretty cool.
Hey,
Mickey D's here?
Mickey D's is here, but so is a package that I don't want to hand you on stream.
Exploration and Operations
All right,
Mission Directorate.
Hold on.
Mark Kirisich, Deputy Associate Administrator for Advanced Exploration Systems. Lisa Watson-Morgan, the Human Landing System Program Manager.
Yeah, actually, that's
and
true.
Tyler Cochran.
It's not entirely bad.
System
Just could have been better.
Officer. Oh, okay. Each speaker will, and then we will open the lines for questions from the media. For the reporters on the line, when it's time for questions, press star 1 to get into the queue and ask a question. Please remember to state your name and media affiliation before you speak and
I'll be
address
right
the
back, guys. I'm going to
speaker
mute the mic. I'm going to get my
who you'd
food.
like to answer your question. Please ask one question and address one speaker at a time. You may enter the queue again and ask additional questions afterward. First, we will hear from acting NASA Administrator Steve Jerzik. Steve?
Monica, it looks like Steve's line has disconnected.
Thank you.
So I'll
That's
watch for
okay.
them to call back in. Oh, I think I might have them. One moment. They're calling back. I apologize.
What just happened? Steve's line was dead. This is already going really well, isn't it?
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. This is Steve Jerzik. I'm excited to be here today to provide an update on our Artemis program. For the last year, NASA has continued to move our programs and missions forward while keeping our workforce healthy and safe. And like all organizations, it's been a real challenge, but I've been real proud of our workforce and our partners and what we've been able to accomplish. Less than a year ago, we had the first launch of American astronauts from American soil with the Demo 2 mission in almost a decade, followed by the Crew 1 mission in November, and the Crew 2 mission is set to launch April 22nd, Thursday of next week. Really proud of the NASA SpaceX team. We continued safe and productive operations of the International Space Station. We had the launch and landing of the Perseverance rover, and we're currently preparing for the first powered flight on another planet with the Ingenuity helicopter. These and many other accomplishments are a testimony to the talent, hard work, and dedication of the NASA workforce, along with our industry and international partners, and I could not be more proud of our team. The U.S. leads in space exploration now, but more and more countries are taking aim at the moon. We have a strong plan to get astronauts back on the moon under the Artemis program, and we're excited about these next steps. We are working diligently with our partners to ensure we meet our national goals of landing the next American astronauts on the moon as quickly and safely as possible. At least one of those astronauts will make history with this lander as the first woman on the moon, a historic first. Additionally, the first person of color will also walk on the moon as part of the Artemis program. Part of our mission is inspiration, and we are inspiring the Artemis generation, and we won't stop at the moon. NASA's long-term goal has always been to send humans to Mars, which is rich in discovery.
You did say 2024.
And the moon is a natural stepping stone to getting us there. The Artemis lunar landing is a key piece to our moon to Mars strategy. Targeting the soonest possible launch date will better focus our engineering, technology development, and processes to safely and successfully establish sustainable lunar exploration and prepare for Mars. The next lunar landing will drive discoveries in science and technology, support the emerging deep space economy, and maintain strategic national leadership in space. We believe that turning to the moon is strategically important with numerous rewards and benefits, and we should accomplish the next landing as soon as possible. Today is a big step forward in that we are announcing a key capability we need to return astronauts to the surface of the moon for the first time since 1972, a modern human landing system. This is an incredible time to be involved in human exploration for all humanity. So we have a lot of information to get through today, so I'm going to turn it back over to Monica to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Steve. Next, we will hear from Kathy Leaders, the Associate Administrator for the Human Exploration and Operations Mission Directorate at NASA. Kathy?
Thanks again for being here. You know, when Steve asked me to take on this job last year, I knew there'd be a lot of exciting missions going on, but once again, you guys get to hear today about another exciting milestone that we have in progress for human spaceflight and exploration under now the Artemis program. You know, the human landing system is a vital part of NASA's deep space exploration plans. And the human landing system joins our other parts, NASA's Space Launch System, the Orion spacecraft, and the Gateway Lunar Outpost, and really completes then the foundation of NASA's lunar exploration program. These are all vital parts of NASA's deep space exploration plans, and we've seen a lot of recent success with so many of these components. So let me go through a few things here. Just recently, the core stage of NASA's Space Launch System, the most powerful rocket the agency has ever built, completed a full-duration green run hot fire test. This was a critical milestone ahead of the agency's Artemis I mission, which will send an uncrewed Orion spacecraft on a test flight around the moon and back to Earth, and which will pave the way for our future Artemis missions to the lunar surface. I always say that Artemis I's are shakedown crews. It's where we're making sure that the vehicle is all checked out before we next put crews on that mission. Additionally, in the last year, we made agreements to collaborate on the Gateway Lunar Outpost with 3 international partners and have a number of commercial contributions on the Gateway. NASA is showing everyone we have what it takes, but we're not doing it alone. It's very important for us that we do it as a team with both our international partners and our industry partners. So our goal 50 years ago was to prove we could land humans on the moon and return them safely to Earth. And this time our goal is to return to the moon in a sustainable way, to gain insight and bring back lessons that will help propel us into greater exploration that's never been done before. And we're doing it different in a lot of ways this time. Our efforts will draw on insight and effort from across America, serving as an unparalleled and inspiring example of what humanity can do when it comes together to achieve a common goal for the common good. We bring together the capabilities and resources of our international and commercial partners to return to the moon and then go on to Mars. And we will demonstrate to young people around the world the power of a unified purpose. We're also doing with crews that are more diverse than ever before. Near and dear to my heart, we are sending a woman, like Steve said, to the surface of the moon on this lander. Representing the diversity of the American public will mean a lot for those out there who will be watching. We'll show them you can land on the moon, and this is what an astronaut looks like. So we're hoping to not only get a woman on the moon, but as we're bringing our future missions on, also getting a person of color on the moon so all of us can see ourselves on the moon. We are grateful for the contributions and commitments from all of our commercial and international partners. NASA's Apollo program proved it is possible to land humans on the moon and return them safely to Earth. But when NASA returns to the moon with the Artemis program, it will go in a way that reflects the world today with government, industry, international partners in a global effort to build and test the systems needed for challenging missions to Mars and beyond. So I'm going to turn it over to Monica because I think there's some news that's coming up for us.
Thank you, Kathy. So next, we will hear from the HLS Program Manager, Lisa Watson-Morgan, who has some exciting news about the U.S. company that's building the Artemis human lander. Lisa?
Thanks, Monica. Yeah, it's a real honor to be part of the NASA team working toward our Artemis mission and to lead the incredible and resilient HLS team across the agency that's spread all across the country with U.S. industry to bring us to this very exciting step today. I'd like to personally thank each of the teams, each of the companies that have been with us in this endeavor, the Blue Origin-led team, the Dynetics team, a Leidos company, and the SpaceX team. Your leadership teams and host of personnel executing during this amazing 11 months has been really wonderful. The HLS team developed outstanding relationships with each of the partner companies during this 11-month period. And each company provided unique strengths during the base period. We moved rapidly, and we achieved milestones that got us closer and closer to our goal of a human lunar landing. We worked through technical and safety standards to include health and medical requirements for the crew. Each design was different, which was really exciting to see. And during the base period of performance over the last several months, we were looking to see what industry partners could bring to NASA with respect to innovation for a modern human landing system. NASA encouraged offers to propose those innovative solutions performing crewed lunar demonstration missions. Throughout the procurement, NASA and the base period contractors have been working towards reliable and economical solutions to meet our goals. NASA personnel supported each partner, providing design support, analysis, subject matter experts, and testing. NASA had this inline team working alongside each partner, which helped us to move faster. This collaborative relationship will continue as we move into this Option A period of performance. And NASA will continue to work closely with our selected partner to build the first commercial HLS. NASA is providing insight throughout this development and is ensuring that this system will be safe for our astronauts. In addition, NASA is requiring a test flight to fully check out all systems with a landing on the lunar surface prior to our formal demonstration mission. As you know, that Option A demonstration mission is where we take humans to the surface and return them safely so that Orion can return them back safely to Earth. So we want to make sure that everything is checked out and everything is ready prior to that. So today, I'm very excited, and we are all very excited to announce that we have awarded SpaceX to continue the development of our integrated human landing system. SpaceX Starship is a fully reusable launch and landing system designed for travel to the moon and other future destinations. It's a single-stage crewed landing system. It utilizes Earth orbit refueling of liquid oxygen and liquid methane propellants. The system leans on the company's tested Raptor engines, flight heritage of the Falcon and Dragon vehicles. Starship includes a spacious cabin and 2 airlocks with a great deal of space for our crew, as well as additional payload capability that will permit us to take experiments to the moon and return samples back and do all the important science that we want to do on this mission. As the first human lunar lander in 50 years, this innovative human landing system will be a hallmark in space exploration history, and we're going to help to write that history. NASA's Apollo program captured the world's attention and demonstrated the power of America's vision and technology and can-do spirit. And we expect Artemis will similarly inspire great achievements, innovation, and scientific discoveries. We are confident in NASA's partnership with SpaceX to help us achieve the Artemis mission and look forward to continuing our work toward landing astronauts on the moon to prepare for the next giant leap towards Mars. Thank you, Monica.
Thank you, Lisa, and this is a very exciting time. Next, we will hear from Mark Kurisich, the Deputy Associate Administrator for Advanced Exploration Systems at NASA. Now, this is an exciting time. There are also exciting steps ahead, so that's what we're going to hear from Mark. Mark?
Thank you, Monica. And as you said, today represents a huge accomplishment on our journey, but it's certainly not the last, and that's what we want to talk about now. Kathy mentioned earlier that we are more open than ever to innovative ideas and new ways of doing business, and that extends beyond today's award. There's a lot in store for NASA teaming with industry, and our planned activities on the lunar surface in the cislunar space around the moon will provide excellent opportunities for NASA to expand its commercial and global partnerships. So for the past year, under the base period contract, NASA has worked with 3 contractors, and moving forward today, NASA and SpaceX will continue development of really 2 vehicles. One, the first will be an uncrewed lunar landing test flight, and the second will be the first crewed landing. So again, this contract, the Option A contract, is for a single crewed landing demonstration mission. We have to move on to next. We have to be able to provide the recurring landing services for, as Kathy talked about, the sustainable mission we have. So while the majority of the HLS program will be focused on this first crewed mission under the contract we awarded today, Lisa's team will also begin work immediately on this follow-up competition. We're accelerating what we call the Human Lunar Landing Services Procurement. This competition will provide regularly recurring services to the lunar surface that will enable these crewed missions on a sustainable basis. As early as next week, we'll be engaging industry for their input on how to best fashion and enable competition for this very important acquisition. We'll be looking for the best mechanism out of the suite of acquisition tools we have available to get the best and most possible industry participation. All of us here at NASA were impressed with all of our base period partners, their unique and innovative solutions to meet our goals. And our hope is that we'll see all 3 of these companies and other companies who weren't in the base period providing transportation to the moon, increasing opportunities for exploration, and stimulating a lunar-based economy. So we all look forward to working with SpaceX. Lisa, congratulations to your team for the work they've done to get us here. And Monica, back to you.
Thank you, Mark. So now we will open the floor for questions from the media. For reporters on the line, press *1 to get into queue and ask your question, and the operator will open you when it's your time. Please remember to state your name and media affiliation before you speak and address the specific speaker that you would like to answer your question. Please only ask 1 question per speaker at a time. Thank you.
We will now begin the question and answer session. As a reminder, it's *1 to ask a question, unmute, clearly record your name and association. One moment. Our first question comes from Issam Ahmed. Your line is open.
Oh, hi. Thanks for taking my question. This is Issam Ahmed from AFP. Sorry, it might be a fairly basic question, but I'm trying to understand how Lander sort of integrates with SLS and Orion together, because Starship is its own system as well. So how do they sort of combine? What's going to happen there? Sorry, whoever is most relevant for that. Hello?
Yeah. Hey, Lisa, why don't you answer that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So that's a great question, and thank you for the question. So what we plan on doing is, from an operational concept, HLS goes to the near rectilinear halo orbit, and we're there loitering, performing system checkouts and making sure that everything is ready, the ECLS system, life support system, all systems go and ready. And so once we get that okay, that the system is ready to ferry crew, then the SLS carries Orion to the near rectilinear halo orbit, at which time it will dock with Gateway. And then, so for our future missions, then we will receive crew from the Gateway. For our initial mission, we can receive crew from either direct from Orion or from Gateway. So we must have the SLS and Orion complement in order to take the crew to the location in orbit at which we will receive the crew, and then the HLS, the SpaceX architecture that we have awarded, will then descend to the lunar surface with our crew. They will get out and perform EVAs, moonwalks, the science, get back into the Starship, and return back to the safe haven, at which time they'll go into Orion, which will return them back to the Earth.
Thank you.
Our next question comes from Andrea Linefelder with the Houston Chronicle. Your line is open.
Hi, thank you for taking this questions. Lisa, this is for you. I've got two questions. First, the Starship, is it going to launch on the SLS to get out into orbit? How does it get there? And then second, you know, obviously we've been watching the development and they haven't quite stuck the landing yet. So are you sure that it'll be ready in time for when NASA plans to be lowering astronauts on the moon? Thank you.
So for the human landing system, all partners had to propose an entire integrated landing system to include a launch vehicle. And so for this design, SpaceX has chosen to launch Starship and many refueling tankers on a super heavy booster. And so everyone had to propose their own launch vehicle in order to take their system to the place to marry up with Orion and Gateway. And so, as I mentioned earlier, we also are performing a landing test on the moon prior to any crew readiness activities, and that will give us the confidence that we know that our partners, along with us, will be ready. In addition, as I mentioned in some of the opening remarks, we have a collaborative workforce, which are subject matter experts on the NASA team who are working alongside the partners. So we'll work alongside with SpaceX, and as we have areas that we need to work through, then we'll work through those. But right now, everything looks good.
Our next question comes from Stephen Clark, Space Flight Now. Your line is open.
Thank you for taking my question. Stephen Clark, Space Flight Now. Just wanted to get some comments on why NASA did not select more than one HLS provider for option A. We've heard NASA for years now talk about the benefits of competition with COTS and CRS and commercial crew. And it seems like you're at least for this demonstration, not going that route. So just some comments on why not. And also just a clarification for the option A demonstrations, how many refueling tankers will be needed for the Starship flight to the moon? And also, will this option A demonstration go through the gateway, or will Orion dock directly to the Starship, and how does that work? Some more details there, please. Thanks.
So I'll take the first part, and then I'll let Lisa take the second part, okay? So, this is obviously part of an overall strategy, right? And so we weighed a lot of things, including what we're getting from the demonstration mission, what we want for our potential future procurement for our sustainable landers, and it was in NASA's best interest, along with kind of the budget that was there for us to award to one demonstration mission at this time. But Lisa, I'll let you go ahead and jump in and talk about the rest of it.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, as I mentioned, we will initially be docking with Orion in order to receive the crew. That is the plan today. And one of the requirements was that for our initial mission, which is the Option A demonstration, everyone had to be able to dock and transfer crew. And for future missions that Mark discussed, some of our sustaining and services missions in the future, we will require docking to both, and we will primarily receive crew from Gateway. That's our sustained path to give us global access to the moon and will help us to have a more sustainable program.
Our next question comes from Jeff Faust from Space News. Your line is open.
Good afternoon. Question probably for Lisa Watson-Morgan. If you can elaborate a little bit more on the factors that led you to select SpaceX and only SpaceX for the award, technical, price, et cetera. And then also perhaps for Acting Administrator Jerzyk, you mentioned returning humans to the moon as soon as possible. Do you have a no earlier than date? Is 2024 still feasible for doing so? Thank you.
Like we talked about, you know, we looked at, and I think you all will see the source selection statement, but we talked about kind of looking at, obviously, with the factors that are there, what's the best value to the government, right, for the technical approach that's there. I want to emphasize, we tend to talk about this particular award, but this is part of a strategy for us to, an overall strategy for us to get to sustaining missions to the lunar surface, which is what, you know, Mark Kirsich had already talked about. So when we looked at that overall strategy and we looked at where we are now and with the award that we had now and the capabilities there, and then we also looked at how we're evolving our Artemis strategy and looking at potentially bringing in our services procurement earlier, like Mark talked about, we felt like this was the best strategy at this point from a NASA perspective for us to award to one at this point, and then begin discussions with industry about how to further develop additional competition out there for a future services contract. So this is obviously part of an overall larger strategy, and we'll be continuing to, you know, include you on that strategy as that strategy gets approved at the agency level and, you know, gets rolled out. This is the first step.
Yeah, and Jeff, here's the second part to your question. So we're currently undertaking internal comprehensive review of Artemis and its component programs to ensure that they can be you know, implemented as quickly, efficiently, and effectively as possible within you know, our existing resource constraints, while maintaining you know, the safety standards, making sure we can, you know, conduct the missions safely with our astronauts. The HLS contract provides for a launch and lunar landing as soon as 2024, in accordance with the contractor's approved development and mission schedule. So we had made landing in 2024 a goal in the RFP we put out that allowed the 3 contractors to update their proposals, and that's what's in the plan right now that SpaceX proposed, and we're awarding a contract for. Congress provided funding that supports the award of the contract and includes the schedule. You know, these human-rated system developments are very complex, and there is risk, but the NASA team will have the insight into the progress that SpaceX is making, and, you know, if they're hitting their milestones, we, you know, may have a shot at 2024, and we'll, again, like Kathy said, we'll keep you updated as we move along with SpaceX.
You know, we always fly when it's safe, right? And as you guys have noticed, as we've been bringing on new capabilities, yes, you have a goal of when you want them to happen, but we are flying people again, and we will be flying people to the lunar surface, and we'll do it when it's safe.
Yeah, Kathy's absolutely right. We're never going to drive to a date or a programmatic goal and compromise safety. I think we've demonstrated that, you know, with our current partnerships, and that'll be the case for the development of the human landing system. So thanks for the question.
Our next question comes from Eric Berker. Your line is open.
Hi, Eric Berger with Ars Technica. Thanks for doing this. 2 questions, I guess. One for Steve and one for Kathy. Steve, I guess, would it be accurate to say that NASA could not afford the Dynetics and National Team bids with the current budget from Congress? You know, you got about 1/4 of what you asked for, and SpaceX was clearly the lowest bid. And then Kathy, I'm just curious, was the progress that we've all seen in Boca Chica, they're blowing up starships, but they're moving really quickly in their development program. Was that a factor in your determination that SpaceX had the best plan or the fastest plan to get NASA back to the moon?
Hey, Eric, this is Steve. Yes, so we've evaluated each company's proposal independently, and we used the criteria that in the solicitation, which is in order of importance, technical approach, cost, and management approach. So given the evaluation of the three proposals, that's on technical approach, cost and management approach, and the budget we have available, we determined the best way forward for us was to select SpaceX for option A, and then to move forward and accelerate the landing services procurement, and we'll be reaching out to all of industry to get input on how to best move forward on a landing services procurement, which will enable awards for HLS contracts for landers subsequent for the first landing, demo landing with SpaceX.
Hey, and I think the second question was the role of SLS and Orion, and how does the HLS get to orbit? And I think, Lisa, why don't you talk a little bit about kind of the concept? I think you covered it before when you talked about, we're planning on doing a human landing system rendezvous in, NRHO, but why don't you talk a little bit about the SpaceX concept? And normally we'd have one of the providers here under these types of things and have them talk about their concepts, but Lisa and the team have been working with them really closely. Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, thank you. So SpaceX will have multiple launches, and part of their concept is to have refueling in low Earth orbit. They'll perform that refueling, and that will allow them to go back and forth. And as we mentioned, once the Starship portion is fully checked out, then the SLS will launch the Orion to the appropriate rendezvous point, and they'll do their rendezvous and prox operations, and where they'll dock and gather the crew and perform all the science. So that's the typical operational concept and mission architecture and the timeline that we have.
Our next question comes from Keith Cowan with NASAWatch.com. Your line is open.
Hi, a question for Steve Jerzik. Senator Nelson's been a staunch supporter of the SLS since day one. And if NASA really used the capability of SpaceX's Starship architecture to its fullest sustainable extent, this could easily set forth a path to reduce the need for SLS launches. Senator Nelson's confirmation hearing is next week. If he says that this procurement decision needs to be revisited, is NASA prepared to redo the initial Phase A procurement to pick more than one HLS contractor? And if Congress needs to enact changes in law to accommodate a procurement change, has NASA given thought as to how this would be accomplished?
Okay, so kind of three parts there. First part is we have no plans to change our architecture and our concept of operations for the lunar landing mission. So I think both Kathy and Lisa outline how the architecture is laid out and how the concept of operations is going to work, and we have no plans to change that. So, we've conducted this procurement as we said we would, with a competition for a base period of contract and selecting 3 contractors, and then updated proposals for them through an updated set of requirements, and we evaluated those proposals and made a selection, and we're moving forward. We have no intent to revisit the selection at all. We said we did what we said we were going to do according to what was in the request for a proposal, and we're moving forward, and don't anticipate requesting or needing any change in law.
Our next question comes from Chris Davenport from the Washington Post. Your line is open.
Hi, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I guess this is for Kathy. First, I don't know that Eric Berger's question got fully answered. I was wondering the same thing in terms of the cost prohibiting you from moving forward with more than one provider. And also, since it's the first time we're hearing it about this landing services contracts and the subsequent competition, I'm just wondering, do you think you'll have more money then for that? If you could provide some details, how many flights you're thinking about, what the timeline is on that. Thanks.
So, first the way and Chris, you're well aware of the way the process goes. I mean, the team goes off. We got 3 really great proposals. The team went in and looked at them, and then looking at the proposal, the first thing you get to do as for selection is go say, what's the best value to the government within the strategy and the goals of the original goals of the procurement, right? And so understanding that, but then we also go and look at how does that then fit in with the overall strategy and where we are now with what we're trying to achieve. And one of the things that we found out as we're trying to achieve is we would really like to have human landers at the end of the 20s. And when you want to have human landers at the end of the 20s, you start backing that up and you start saying, I have to have services probably start being procured 5 or 6 years before that, right? And so when we started looking at the timelines and refining the timelines, this ended up kind of fitting in the right time with the goals that we're trying to achieve right now. And so we're still in the nascent period. We just last week went to an acquisition strategy council with Steve Jerzik on laying out the strategy with the timing of the services procurement. And so it's an evolving thing, and like I said, we'll have to continue to talk to you about that over this next, few months as we're working through it. This was for us to talk about this particular procurement, but because we knew that there was a potential for there to be some questions about how does this fit in with the rest of the strategy, we're starting to talk about the rest of the strategy. There always was a rest of the strategy. If you went back to the procurement strategies that were there over the last few years, we had periods where we were trying to figure out, and we had different strategies to evolve the systems that people had, and then eventually buy services at some point. And as we've been learning things over time, and as the rest of our systems are maturing, including our gateway system, which is coming on contract, we obviously are going through our first demonstration of our crew transportation systems, and now we're starting to get better understanding and fidelity on the timing of when we would like our services procurement to happen. The team needs to go out and look and see how many missions we'll be procuring, but we know we would like to procure multiple missions and have it so that there's a significant investment for people and that we have significant competition for that level of services.
Our next question comes from Chelsea Goad. Your line is open.
Hi, Chelsea Goad from space.com. I understand that going forward this means that Starship will be the vehicle to complete this lunar landing, and it's been said that a variation on Starship is what SpaceX intends to land as part of this program. Is there any more information now that they've been chosen about what this variation actually looks like, how it will be different from the prototypes that we've seen before, and what is planned?
This is Lisa. I'm happy to take that one if you want me to, Kathy.
Go ahead and take some, but what's really nice with these kinds of agreements is, SpaceX also will be, I'm sure, very happy to talk about their strategy too. But Lisa is obviously very aware of it. But it will be good. It will be good for folks to reach out to SpaceX also.
Oh, absolutely. That's a great point. Just from the human landing system standpoint, we had 27 requirements, functional and performance requirements, that we asked the offerers, including SpaceX, to respond to. And we went through, a very detailed design, technical design, construction standards, safety, as well as health and human performance work. And all of that was pulled together, and that shifted various aspects of their Starship. Now, which ones of those? Kathy is right. It would be better to ask SpaceX, but they were able to meet or exceed the items that we require for a safe human landing.
Our next question comes from Will Robinson Smith, Spectrum News 13. Your line is open.
Hi, thanks for doing this. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. My question is for Lisa. Just wanted to circle back on that. The Super Heavy will be the launch vehicle that will carry Starship, correct, to the Lunar Gateway. And just to follow up on that, as far as the timeline for the Option 8 demonstration, is there a more specific date on when exactly that will happen? Thanks.
So Super Heavy, you are correct. That is the launch vehicle. And we are working towards the goal of 2024, just as we have had in the solicitation.
Our next question comes from Irene Klotz. Your line is open.
Thanks. Irene Klotz with Aviation Week. Is this contract dependent on a certain funding level for HLS in fiscal 21? And if so, what's that amount? That's for Steve. And for Kathy, is there an on-ramp for Blue Origin and Dynetics or anybody else for that matter to compete for the landing services procurement, or is this sort of a one-way road for SpaceX? Thanks.
Hey, so yeah, we awarded the contract with SpaceX given the appropriations we have in FY21 and what we believe are realistic budgets in future years. So we believe this is doable within what we have and what we can expect in funding. Kathy, you want to take the second piece?
So, what's the second piece? Sorry, remind me. Oh, the on-ramp. So sorry, Irene. So the services procurement is going to be a full-up procurement, right? So everybody will be full and open procurement. So we're actually hoping that everybody's out there, and even new providers are out there and looking at, starting to look at different the best opportunities for us to have a sustainable lander system and being able to provide sustaining landing services for multiple missions. We'll be, Irene, starting to get the data out there and everything, like Lisa talked about. We had a set of requirements for this demonstration mission, but we're actually putting together our sets of requirements now for our sustaining lander systems and starting to pull together the strategies for that new full and open sustaining landing services contract.
Our next question comes from Jake Robbins. Your line is open.
Hi there. Thanks for taking my question. I know that the Starship exceeds the mass and volume of the minimum requirements for the landing system. And I'm wondering if there's any consideration right now on changing any of the logistics, either for a gateway or for the landing, to account for the increased capability now that you've signed on the Starship.
Hey, Mark, you want to talk about that? You're kind of working overall architecture. I mean, everybody's just found out today. So I'm sure we'll be looking at, like Steve said before, we'll be looking at different options, but, we're sticking to, obviously, the basic pieces of our architecture. But, Mark, you got anything else you want to add?
I'll just reiterate, Kathy, now that we've made the selection today, SpaceX does have, the Starship has additional capabilities, and we'll be factoring it into our mission planning, figuring out what pieces we need to fly when to support the mission. So that's the work we have planned in the next couple of months. But certainly Jake, what you suggested is certainly something we'll be looking at.
Our next question comes from Chris Kephart. Your line is open.
Thank you. I'm Chris Kephart with NASA Spaceflight. I think this is for Lisa. Earlier on, you mentioned that this Option A contract isn't just for the crewed lunar landing flight in 2024, but also for an uncrewed demonstration flight prior to that. Can you walk me through that demonstration flight? How closely will it mirror an actual mission? Will it be required to test life support systems, the elevator? Will you look to put cargo on it? And is the plan to then leave that uncrewed demonstration lander up there and then use it for the crewed lunar landing in 2024? Thank you.
So for our landing demonstration test, it is really the descent portion. We want to make sure that we can successfully and safely land the crew on the lunar surface. And so we wrote, as with everything on the human landing system, we tried to capture high-level requirements. And then from that, then we will, as you have alluded to, we can drill down deeper as needed as we get closer. So for now, it's a descent, it's a landing test, and then from that, NASA will work with SpaceX to determine the best path and to determine how best to execute, as well as additional systems that would be needed to be tested out prior.
Our next question comes from Zachary Hobart. Your line is open.
Yes, thank you so much. This is Zachary Albert with the Launchpad News. Thanks so much for taking my question. First, congratulations to NASA and the SpaceX team. This is a big step forward towards the Artemis age and program, and excited to be seeing it happening. We know we saw the first crew of Artemis astronauts announced a few months ago, but we know that the NASA training program is quite extensive. Are there plans to be starting to open that up for more people to start applying so that we are able to be sustainable when we go back, not because of equipment, but because we actually have trained astronauts? And will there be an option to expand with Gateway because the Lunar Starship has such a capacity that there may be options for civilians to make the trip? Thank you so much.
Hey, so kind of a couple answers to that. First, yeah, we are actually in the middle of a astronaut application and selection process right now. We extended a little bit because of COVID to allow more people to apply and make sure we do the evaluation. So we are going to expand our astronaut corps. And yeah, and then we announced this first cadre of Artemis astronauts, but that's not the only cadre of Artemis astronauts. In the future, some of those folks will fly, and we'll expand the cadre, and more people will be considered for flying on Artemis missions. And then right now, no plans on flying anybody but our astronauts on the Artemis missions right now.
Our next question comes from Zachary Hall. Your line is open.
Hey, my question is, in this contract, does NASA have a requirement for where Starship will launch from, like 39A at Kennedy Space Center, or could it be a SpaceX spaceport, like maybe one of the oil rigs that they're working on? And then also, is SpaceX allowed to compete against this contract, which would be flying private citizens without requiring the uncrewed lunar landing test, or is there any rule against that in this contract?
Hey, Lisa, you want to take that?
Yeah, I can definitely at least take the first part. So as I mentioned earlier, we try to keep our requirements as high level and open as we could, because we were looking for modern, innovative
solutions and to see what industry came up with. And as such, you know, they can launch from you know, any launch complex. It could be like 39A. It could be at a different location, and that's something that you could address with SpaceX. So we did keep our requirements high level on purpose.
Our next question comes from Paul Brinkman. Your line is open.
Hi, yeah, thanks for taking my question. I guess a question for Lisa. As far as I understand, this Starship would be the first spacecraft to land on another planetary body that wouldn't have like an ascent module. And I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit about, you know, what you see in Starship that it's going to be able to land safely and then take off safely, you know, all in one piece like that. Or is that just something you're leaving up to the demonstration flight? And then also, I'd just like to ask if it's possible to have SpaceX on a panel like this soon so we can ask them more questions. Thanks.
Sure, I can take that. So what I can tell you is that the solutions may look different. You know, they may look like something you haven't seen before. But what I can tell you is that the NASA team thoroughly analyzed from an integrated performance and physics standpoint related to mass and capability and functionality, and to make sure the missions could occur, they could be done. We could close the mission. And so that was thoroughly assessed. So we are not, you know, we do not have the concern there. What we will do is we will continue to test. And as Kathy alluded to earlier, we will not launch until we're ready. We will not launch until we feel like all the systems are safe.
And we'll, you know, we will. That was a great idea about us in the future starting to have these discussions with SpaceX, right? So, you know, as you know, we always bring our partners along, and I'm sure Lisa would love it to have somebody here to answer some of these questions for her. So she's doing a great job. But thank you.
Hey. Yep. Hey, this is Steve. So a couple things. First, I wanted to follow up on clarifying an answer that I gave to a previous question, and then I'm going to turn it over to Monica to wrap us up, and I'll make some closing remarks. So just to be clear on that astronaut application, we didn't reopen the process for new applications. We're not doing that. But we needed more time to make sure we can do an appropriate evaluation of the candidates that did apply, including interviews, and that was challenging during COVID. So I just want to be clear on that. And then when I said that, you know, we don't expect, you know, private citizens or folks outside our astronaut corps to fly on the astronaut missions, it also includes astronauts from our foreign partners, our foreign partner agencies. And so they will be part of the astronauts that fly as part of that missions, along with our U.S. astronauts. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. And then I'm going to just turn it over to Monica, and then I'll make some closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Steve. And thank you to all of our reporters and our speakers for asking such great questions and giving great responses. We are now closed for questions, and I'm going to actually turn it back over to Acting Administrator Steve Jerzik to offer some closing remarks. Steve, to you.
Hey, thank you, Monica. So NASA's Artemis program is well underway, as you can see, and with our lander award today, landing the next 2 American astronauts on the moon is well within our reach. Our work on Earth and in the stars has inspired humanity since the beginning of NASA, and when we once again walk on the moon, we will set the stage for human exploration farther into the solar system, including Mars and beyond. Technology development and maturation is essential for exploring the moon and preparing for crewed missions to Mars. In many ways, the moon will serve as a technology proving ground for the red planet. Our NASA team continues to be flexible and innovative to accomplish our missions, and that spirit of innovation is really critical has always been critical to our success. We cannot accomplish our missions without the support of our nation, our administration, and Congress. The President's recent funding request gives us the resources to continue to advance America's Moon to Mars exploration plans. No other field unites us like space exploration, and with bipartisan support, we will move forward with our Artemis plan. Sustainable lunar exploration requires the best of NASA as well as our commercial and international partners. HLS leverages the best of U.S. industry and government knowledge, capabilities, and experience to push the boundaries of space exploration. So big thank you to Kathy, Lisa, and Mark, and all the media representatives for being a part of this important conversation today. This is an all-agency effort. One could argue it's an all-nation and global effort, and I could not be more proud of our NASA team and our commercial and international partners and all they do for NASA, the nation, and the world. So Monica, I'll turn it back over to you, and you can share everybody where they can get more resources.
Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for joining us today. Thanks, Steve, Kathy, Mark, Lisa, and Tyler from NASA for sharing this exciting news, and a big congratulations to SpaceX. Thanks to our guests for joining the call, and as a reminder, you can listen to a replay of this teleconference starting about after 1 hour of this conclusion by calling 888-566-0512. Replays will be available for 30 days. And again, one more time, that number for replays is 888-566-0512. And for some additional resources, you can get more information on everything that's going on with Artemis on nasa.gov/Moon to Mars. We'll be producing some additional information on the selection and more details about the human landing system on that site. And as always, if there are any more questions or you need additional information, we're sorry we couldn't get to everyone in the queue, but you can email myself or one of the PAOs, and we're happy to follow up with additional information. So as a reminder, you can find NASA PAO contact information for the Office of Communications at www.nasa.gov. And follow along and learn more about the Artemis program on our website. Thank you, everybody.
That concludes today's conference. All participants may disconnect at this time. Thank you for joining. Speakers, please stand by.
I have some thoughts. I have several thoughts. Oh, God. Serious. Can we press 1 to ask a question? Yeah, but make sure it's only one question. I don't know. No, Geeson, getting... Fellas, give me a second, okay? Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second, okay? No, goalie, not at all. just give me a moment, okay? I gotta collect my thoughts. I choose business ethics. So, okay. It's not bad news. It's not bad news. But it's not good news either. All right? Now, keep in mind, fellas. Keep in mind. I will always argue in favor of more stuff. All right? He who dies with the most toys wins. Okay? Hopefully nobody dies with these toys. I am very, very disappointed in NASA reneging using 2 contractors for landing. I really, 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 really don't like that. That's not good. Also, there was no concrete goals to land on the moon in 2024, citing safety as a factor there. Not a fan of that either. And if anybody here tries to even insinuate for a second that I don't care about astronaut safety, you can leave this stream. You can go flex yourself. I don't like that either. I don't like no concrete deadlines, nothing. Lot of question deflecting going on in that interview. Yeah, see the difference? See the difference without that guy? To be 130% fair, there's no acting administrator right now, so they don't really have a direction. We should really, the honest truth is that you should really wait until Bill gets in or doesn't, whatever. Because we had to wait until Jim got in there for NASA to really have a set goal and figure this out. Guys, I think the biggest thing that I'm really, 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 really not happy with is that they just SLS'd HLS. That's exactly what they did. Now, it's cool that they did it with SpaceX. I'm happy that they did it with SpaceX. If anybody's going to get a sole contract for the lunar lander, it probably should have been them. However, we've seen in the past having one contractor for one part of the entire mission happen without any deadlines, without any, no set deadlines. Literally SLS in lunar landing form. And we all know how that ended up. I'm not watching it on stream, Dino. The hell with that. SpaceX is different, Kamala. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, you're not wrong. No, you're not wrong. Don't think for a second that I'm not pumped that Lunar Starship is gonna be a thing. That's really cool. I guess I have to blow milk out my nose now because that's what I said I would do. Crew 2 stacks going vertical. On the other hand, sole contracting something with no deadline is a really stupid idea, but I think that NASA's kind of tied right now. In an internal letter to NASA employees, HLS program manager Lisa Watson-Morgan says she's very disappointed that information was leaked prior to the event today. I am sorry you had to find out about it that way as well. Great. Yep, sole sourcing something is a very bad idea, Prey. You're literally going to SLS HLS. Even if it is SpaceX. Yeah, I don't like that at all. I don't like that. Rule 8 underfunding it killed another thing. They descope HLS to one provider with the option to extend. That's just asking the future to choose not to extend the option, isn't it? Yeah, Loopy, this is it's cool that SpaceX is getting the contract. That's cool. That makes me happy. NASA would be stupid to not pick Lunar Starship. It's a really good long-term sustainable thing. That's gonna be complicated to make, guys. It's gonna be complicated to make. Yeah, Space Explorer, I've talked about this before. I'm a huge SpaceX fanboy as much as the next person, but I just I've spoken in the past how much of a bad idea it is to build the vehicle and then figure out the missions later, guys, and that's quite literally exactly what just happened. Now, it did happen with SpaceX, which is good. I'm happy about this, but now what? Does SpaceX get a cost-plus contract to design the lander? Is it a firm fixed-price contract? How does this work? Human landing system, powered on. So a lunar lander. You'll like the link. Yeah, you got a picture of the jet, didn't you? Somebody linked it right when you posted those pictures. You got a picture of the Crew 2 astronauts coming in. That's cool, man. It's firm fixed price milestone based. At this point, what lunar stuff is not going to SpaceX? Yeah, what happens to the other deal on the lunar lander from Blue Origin? It seems like NASA left their options open. As I did say this, I did say this before the contract was announced, that they would probably spin off the other two. I wanted them to spin off Starship and do a cargo resupply service for the lunar base. I thought that would have been a good idea. Yeah, it looks like they left the options open for the other lunar landers as well. I honestly think NASA made the best of a bad hand. SpaceX was going to go regardless. And we know Elon wasn't there, wants to be there like now, so they're taking the choice. Yeah, I honestly think that NASA's hand was forced here. And see what happens when you underfund stuff? It's not a good idea. Here's a problem I have. What happens if, worst case scenario, Starship has a failure, then we have no lunar lander? Nah, not really. We'll still have Gateway, Reen, so it's not... It's the cautious way of going. It seems like NASA all of a sudden just became really risk adverse again. SpaceX, from what I can see, from all those leaks, was the only one that they could afford, which is not ideal. I've told you the dangers of underfunding. I've warned of this many times. And now you're seeing the repercussions of it. If the rumors are true, SpaceX was the only option because the other teams couldn't make the reduced cost requirement. That's the failure here in policy, not the designs put forth by the teams. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, Bray. Scott said it in his. Yeah, I'm... Okay. So, we're just gonna... See, here's the thing. Yeah, great. Congress, good, lovely. You know how I love talking about them. Yeah, this is the dangers of underfunding, guys. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that this is a good idea. We're just going to skimp on a single fault redundant system with no dissimilar architecture. We're going to skimp because we couldn't afford it. Okay. Yep. Good call. That hasn't ended poorly in the past ever, has it? Oh, wait, no, it has. Every single time. Yeah, oh, wait, it's failed miserably every single time we've tried to do this. That's good. Okay. This is not a good idea. I'll go along with it. I'm in. Let's do it. Hey, as long as we have something, it's better than nothing, I guess. If Blue knew they weren't going to win both NSSL and HLS, do you think New Glenn would be flying by now? I don't know, Phil. I don't know. The LEM was single source. Yeah, that's right, Kuju. It was single source. You know the difference? Deadlines. You have to find a way to prove the accountability somehow. You can either do it through competition between providers or by setting a deadline if you single source something. We single source something and they were like, oh, maybe 2024, we're going to try for it. It's no longer we're going back to the moon in 2024, it's we're going to try for it. Okay. Artemis would have gone down the tubes today if there wasn't a deranged billionaire willing to go dead and broke on an impossible project. And what of Dragon XL now? I'm not sure, Alexandri. Honestly, I really don't know. I don't know how Dragon XL fits into this whole equation, to be honest with you. Could SpaceX go to the moon themselves before NASA? I don't know. Pretty much, Tessa. We're going to try for it. Maybe I'll tell my manager that next time I get a project. Yeah, Swifty, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like there's good... There is good news. We got something. We got something. That's the good news, okay? That's the good news. We got something. You know, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like that's not good news. We have something. Nothing would have been better. I very much disagree with that. But... Guys, here's the thing. Even with SpaceX had to lower their costs. That was the only way they could make it work. And I'm pretty sure that somebody at NASA got fired for doing that exact same thing a year ago. Just putting it out there on the exact same program. So what's going on here? Pretty sure someone got fired for doing exactly that. Telling people that they need to lower their cost. I'm fairly confident NASA got rid of Doug Lavero for that exact reason. Just on a side note, that's if they only told SpaceX to lower the cost. You think so, Awesome? Either way, I don't know. Geek, it's hard to say. The good option here is that Starship already has significant backing and there already as much private funding as the NASA contract and development. Yeah, exactly, Rocket Guy. It's a safe bet. I know, Prey. I know that's what he does. Yeah. Doug told Boeing to basically change their entire design, not just cost. I'm pretty sure cost was the reason he got fired, Thomas, not changing the design. I remember when the national team got a pretty big don't ever bid that high again. Yeah? Mm-hmm. No, don't investigate. I mean, I wouldn't want an investigation right now. It's just gonna, that's just gonna delay it even more. How the hell do we dock to Starship with a docking port on the front? No doubt nervous. There's no doubt in my mind. I mean, I really wanted that redundant dissimilar architecture, dude. But it's alright. Okay, so, fellas, Steve Jerzik, so okay, here's where I'm at. Alright, Steve Jerzik said that this is what we're going to go with. Okay. All right, let's, let's stop bitching about it. Seriously. All right, so let's turn the page. Where do we go from here? So let's think about this. What needs to be tested? So we need to test Super Heavy. Super Heavy needs to be tested. Lunar Starship variants need to be tested. Hot gas landing thrusters need to be tested. Not so much Raptor landings need to be tested, but Starship does need to be able to demonstrate orbital capability. All right? They need to demonstrate. So now we need a Starship tanker because it's launching on Super Heavy. You need a tanker Starship. You need to demonstrate on-orbit refueling. You need to demonstrate translunar injection. LLO or NRHO circularization. Low lunar orbit insertion with Starship, and then landing. That's a lot of things. That's a lot of stuff. Life support, airlock. Well, yeah, I mean, life support and airlocks, NASA can help them with that. I'm not too incredibly concerned. NASA could also help them with TLI, NRHO insertion, LLO insertion, and landing. So, I mean, there's a lot on the... That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff, dudes. That's a lot. Yeah, the elevator, everything. Hey, look, guys, yeah, I mean... Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not happy with this, but if, okay, here's the thing. If you're going to sole source somebody, I'm happy that they chose SpaceX. I'm dead serious about that. I think that SpaceX will take that deadline seriously. I'm pretty damn sure. Elon wants the moon, man. He wants it. Now, keep in mind, Lunar Starship isn't going to launch into space with people on it, guys. The only parts of human rating that you need with Lunar Starship is from rectilinear halo orbit down to the surface. So you don't need to human rate Starship for lunar launches, which is good. That's a good thing. That actually, yeah, it's not ideal, but it's not bad either. Yeah. Magellan 46137. If anyone's going to get it done on a reasonable time frame, it's going to be SpaceX. I agree. Check this now. Okay. All right. Well, here's a statement from NASA. Let's see if we can get some clarifications here. Fellas, I'm not happy with this I'm not happy with it this way, and that's not because SpaceX got selected. I'm unhappy because both two providers didn't get selected. That's what's bothering me. However, SpaceX getting selected is pretty freaking cool. We could sit here and pretend like that's not cool, but honestly, you'd be out of your frigging mind to not choose that. I mean, look at that. Look at that thing. Okay, I'm done being pissy about it. Look at that. Look at that thing. Look at this chonker of a friggin' vehicle. I don't hate it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't hate it. I mean, that's pretty good, man. That's pretty hefty. So here's what they originally showed, and that's what they showed today. That's nice.
Listen,
puns to the moon.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Yeah, that's the plus part. I'm not upset about that. The SpaceX getting selected part, that's not what I'm mad about. I'm more mad at NASA than I am at SpaceX. What is this, Geeson? Bred in captivity. But it's bred instead of hamsters. That's good. Okay. So who landed HLS? SpaceX, sole provider. Remember those deep throttles coming from the methane test stand? Zoom in on the holes below the crane. Ha! Pray. Oh yeah, I see them. They redesigned the hot gas thrusters. Those look like a bunch of Dracos, to be honest with you. It looks like they just took a bunch of Draco thrusters and just put them around in a ring. Is my concerns about budget or deadline? Actually, both of those things, Bozzard. NASA chose SpaceX and only SpaceX because they got shorted. Congress underfunded it, and that's not okay. That's not a good thing. But NASA did leave their options open. So it's not worst case scenario, guys. We're not doom and gloom here. But it's not like it's not what we wanted, but it's okay. This is not bad. I mean, it's like I said, it's not bad news by any means, okay? But also, that's pretty bold right there. As long as SpaceX takes this seriously, and there's no doubt in my mind that they will, they probably take it more seriously than everybody else, that's for sure. I'm in. Let's do it. Let's get to work. Now, since it's confirmed too, how bad is this? We know Lunar Starship is still on, but will NASA have less say? What is that? What is Mike saying? Interested to know what trade-off SpaceX made when they reduced the cost to fit NASA's budget. Does SpaceX still plan to build a dedicated version of Starship to fit NASA's exact needs now, or will NASA get less of a say? I'm not sure. SpaceX has proved themselves with Commercial Crew, which was supposed to fly in 2017. Core? Yeah. I mean, sure. Why not? I'm just, yeah, what's bothering me is that they didn't choose two. They only chose one. Is that a cutoff nose? There's a docking port up there. I like that rover, too. It looks like a Can-Am. SLS was supposed to fly in 2017 as well. Yeah, so... SLS is a government program. Core, why are we comparing commercial funding to... Why are we... What? What do you... What's your point? It's Lunar Tesla rover, Lunar Cybertruck. Alright, here. Let's go. Source selection statement. Not happy about that, Chem 2. They left it open. Alright. Hey, Snakes. Yeah, Green. It sound Green. But see, this time they didn't kick the can down the road with funding two HLSs, because they had the choice. They did it because they had to, dude. So yeah, it sucks, but also. Why need Orion when we have Starship? Guys, you understand this is a lander, right? They're funding a landing system, not the Artemis program as a whole, right? Yeah, Bill, I know, right? We're not launching Crew on Starship here, guys. Starship ain't gonna fly with people anytime soon. Starship could fly unmanned very soon, though. Yeah, just space. That's what I was trying to tell people. You're only human rating the system from rectilinear halo orbit down to the surface. Not nearly as difficult as launching it into space with people on board. Beware, Rule 8 bomb. Does the lander come with a rocket? What do you mean? So this is a...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Flyer Tom. I'm disappointed that acting NASA leadership decided to make such a consequential award prior to the arrival of a new permanent NASA administrator and deputy administrator. I agree. The decision to make that award today also comes despite the obvious need for rebaselining of NASA's lunar exploration program, which has no realistic chance of returning astronauts to the moon by 2024. Yeah. I know. It definitely doesn't if you say it doesn't because you control the purse strings. Hello? While work continues on upcoming Artemis 1 mission, it will be critically important for new NASA leadership team to carry out its review of all the elements of NASA's Moon Mars initiative to ensure that this major national undertaking is put on solid footing. Do you guys want to read NASA's report, or do we want to keep reading people's tweets? That literally was. I just read Jeff Faust's last tweet, Patriot. All right. Well, here we go. Let's see. In my role as the source selection authority for the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Human Landing System Option A procurement, for the reasons set forth below, I have selected Space Exploration Technologies Corporation for an HLS Option A contract award. The selection statement documents my independent analysis and judgment as the SSA constituents. As the SSA and constituents, my final determination on this matter. Constitutes, not constituents.
Go at throttle up.
Who wrote this? Well, here's the thing that was leaked. That's great. Jibba jabba! Welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. Is it Kathy? All right. All right, let's read. Building off the success of NASA's HLS base period contracts, the purpose of HLS Option A procurement is to further facilitate the rapid development and demonstration of one or more landing systems that will deliver the first woman and the first person of color to the moon, culminating in a crewed lunar surface landing demonstration mission near the South Pole. Option A contract scope of work also encompasses demonstration of the aggregation of HLS elements, docking and transfer of crew to HLS in lunar orbit, lunar surface extravehicular activity, and the return of crew and materials from the surface. Crew 2 stack is vertical and the crew access arm is attached. Nice. While the requirements and operation concept for the HLS are specified and managed by NASA, the HLS design, development, test, and evaluation will be led by the Option A contractor. As part of this public-private partnership, NASA will provide significant support and expertise to the contractor, including the use of specialized NASA facilities, hardware, and personnel. NASA invited offerers to demonstrate their commitment to the public-private partnership by providing a corporate contribution. NASA invited offerers to demonstrate their commitment to the public-private partnership by providing a corporate contribution. These corporate contributions not only have the effect of significantly lowering offerers' proposed fixed prices, but also show how each offerer intends to leverage its corporate contribution to enable its approach for commercializing HLS capabilities. Yeah, Supercraft, it's... Don't pay it much mind. It's just things. That part is super interesting. What does that mean, exactly? You have to pay to submit an RFP? That's... No, Brimo, I don't think that's what's going on here. Let me read that again. NASA further intends for public and private investments in lunar exploration capabilities to eventually expand to including elements necessary... No, wait, where was that? NASA invited offers to demonstrate their commitment to the public-private partnership by providing a corporate contribution. That sounds like they're asking for investors in the HLS design that they chose. SpaceX, the only one, psycho. That's not what that's saying, B-Money. That's saying that NASA invited offers to demonstrate their commitment to public-private partnership by providing a corporate contribution. These corporate contributions not only have the effect of significantly lowering offerers' proposed fixed firm prices, but also show how each offer intends to leverage its corporate contribution to enable its approach for commercializing HLS capabilities. How you doing? I'm all right, Legaluz. How are you? I don't know, Green. Could that be related to the funding round that SpaceX just got? Probably, yeah, Cirrus. I would agree. Yeah, that's probably what that means. That means that SpaceX can get investors for HLS. That's what that means. You can invest in a government program. That's what that means. What if contribution means something other than money? These corporate contributions not only have the effect of significantly lowering offerers' proposed firm fixed prices, Mason? All right. Let's keep going. It is NASA's vision that HLS capability demonstrated in the first mission to the lunar surface will evolve into a sustainable commercial transportation system that will enable frequent access to the lunar surface for NASA and other customers. NASA further intends for public and private investments in lunar exploration capabilities to eventually expand to include elements necessary to support prolonged human exploration in order to accomplish increasingly advanced... Dude, can we throw more words in here? Yeah, Scary, that's right. Yeah, Mr. McFunpants, I agree. I don't know, Green. I'm not smart enough to answer that question. Stratolaunch is getting ready to fly again. Cool. I don't know, Ono. The shuttle's a good example, Stormcrow. SLS is another good example. Without deadlines, if you have a single source contractor, what's stopping that contractor from just saying, oh, I'm sorry, we can't land in 2024, we can land in 2026, though? Oh, I'm sorry, we can't land in 2026, we can land in 2028, though. Yeah, we'll get 2028 for sure. Now, I'm expecting SpaceX to act in good faith regarding this, but I'm pretty sure they will. But also at the same time, you know, that's a pretty bad standard to set. Would firm fixed price contracting stop that? Just like it stopped commercial crew? Awesome. Boeing found a way to get more money from NASA for Starliner. There was this whole big thing about that. You don't remember that? SpaceX will, Rasak. There's no doubt in my mind. I hope SpaceX is the exception. I'm pretty sure they are, actually, to be honest with you. Was actually asking, but good point. Yeah, I mean, no, well, awesome. I usually answer questions with questions. Not because I don't know, but I want to... See what I'm talking about? I want to get you to turn the gears. Yeah, zero, exactly. Yeah, this time it's... All right, let's see. Procedural history. There are currently 3 base period contractors performing research and development in support of their respective human landing systems. Blue Origin Federation. That's the company's full name. Yeah, Rogue, it's going to take some time. That's... Barry's last name is Manilow. Blue Origin Federation. That's actually a pretty Chad name right there. Wait, that's their name? Really? I've never heard anybody say that. Don't we all, Nathan? Don't we all? I don't know, Zonic. Prepare to be assimilated. That sounds... Dynetics Incorporated and Space Exploration Technologies. The HLS Option A solicitation, as amended, was released to these contractors on November 16, 2020, consisting of the Next Step 2 Appendix H Option A Broad Agency Announcement, BAA, and solicitation attachments A through Q. Wrong! It's all there, black and white, clear as crystal, instantly delicatum. You stole fuzzy lifting drinks. You bumped into the surface, which now has to be washed, so you get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. Sorry. Zero. I'm sorry, that's the first thing that popped into my head right there. It just popped in there. I'm sorry, it just popped in there. No, it can't be. It can't be. It can't be. It's the Stay Puft Willy Wonka, man. Okay. You missed your calling? Sorry. The solicitation required... I gotta focus. The solicitation required that proposals be submitted in 4 volumes. Technical, 1. Price, 2. Management, 3. And attachments, 4. The latter consisting of 6 hydrocoptic marsal veins, so fitted to the ambificient lunar wane shaft that side fumbling was effectively prevented. The latter consisting of 44 distinct proposal attachments. Proposals were due by 3 p.m. Central Time on December 8, 2020. All 3 firms submitted timely proposals. After receipt of proposals, the source evaluation panel that I appointed to evaluate Option A proposals After the receipt of proposals, the source evaluation panel that I appointed to evaluate Option A proposals comprised of 3 sub-panels, 1 each for technical, price, and management, began its evaluation. The SEP evaluated proposals in accordance with the evaluation procedures established in the HLS Option A solicitation. To document its work, the SEP produced a report for each offeror containing all of the SEP's findings, ratings, and other evaluative content. The SEP has provided these reports to me, along with comprehensive briefing summarizing its evaluation work and conclusions. This briefing provided an opportunity for the SEP to fully explain its final assessment of each of the proposals, and for me and the other senior NASA leaders to ask questions and receive answers directly from the agency experts that comprised the SEP. During this briefing, I asked questions about the SEP in order to ensure I fully apprehended the evaluation results and had a sufficiently in-depth understanding of each offeror's proposal to support making informed selection decisions. I also solicited and considered the viewpoints of other senior advisors in attendance. On April 2nd, 2021, I made the determination that it would be in the agency's best interest to make an initial conditional selection of SpaceX to enable the contracting officer to engage in post-selection price negotiations with this offeror. The decision was based on NASA's long-standing Option A acquisition strategy of making 2 Option A. This decision was based on NASA's long-standing Option A acquisition strategy of making 2 Option A contract awards. While it remains the agency's desire to preserve a competitive environment at this stage of the HLS program, at the initial prices and milestone payment phasing proposed by each of the Option A offerers, NASA's current fiscal year budget did not support even a single Option A award. Working in close coordination with the CO, it was therefore my determination that NASA should, as a first step, open price negotiations with the Option A offer that is both very highly rated from a technical and management perspective, and that also had by a wide margin the lowest initially proposed price, SpaceX. Well, that should tell you everything you need to know right from NASA's mouth. The reason they were so vague in that press conference is because they just didn't get enough money. Makes sense. Can't really make Congress give them more money. They can, though, by, well, that's our job as citizens to hold people accountable. You gotta, guys, you gotta, fellas, I've said call your representatives if you're in the U.S. I've said do this many times. Do any of you actually do it? I'm just genuinely curious. Like, I'm not trying to call people out. Does anybody actually do that? This is why you gotta call them, dude. You did, Numbed? Cool. Vasia's like, I didn't. Thanks, man. Vasia, call Dimitri then. Jesus. No. Do you? I have in the past, but not recently, no. Nice, Just Space. I did not. I've sent emails. Yeah, Q2. Mm-hmm. Seeing a lot of calls to cancel SLS and just use Dragon Starship, but any program that requires a vehicle, SLS is a de facto launch vehicle program. Canceling SLS will inevitably cancel Artemis. Build Gateway and fly Orion until other options are generally available and not 6 years away. Agreed. Canceling flight hardware that's so close to flying is probably the dumbest thing that we could do. And pray, I always found it funny when people do that under the guise of cost. Implying that the billions of dollars that they just spent on that is disposable. It's like, okay. Wow, you guys aren't just the ham. You're the whole pig. Wow. Nice, man, Chihuahua. There you go. How many representatives have a serious interest in space, though? All of them that vote on the funding? Like... Hey, Atran. Oh, you're already on it. I actually didn't think SpaceX would win. Holy crap. Atran, I'm a little peeved that they only chose one, but there's a reason why. Yeah, they didn't have the cash, man. They shorted them. Underfunded. But the sunk cost fallacy. Yeah, because there's a cheaper alternative, right? Right, okay, yeah. Did we get the cheapest option, though? Well, as a sole source provider, it's pretty clear that they can negotiate for the prices. Agreed, Prey. Yep. Mm-hmm. Keep reading. Yeah, let's keep going. How come Starship is cheaper than what Dynetics and Blue Origin suggested? I don't know. No, Kem, it said earlier. Yeah, H-Man, it is pretty cool though. I will say that's pretty rad, man. Okay. Anyway, yeah, Kim, I don't know. There's going to be a huge petition on this one. Yeah. Hear me out. It's possible, Green, yeah. Are they planning on landing 4 people and like 50 tons of cargo? I mean, it's definitely going to be a long-term hab, that's for sure. No, Kem, that's what I was saying. They said in the earlier parts of this that companies are allowed to basically get private investment companies are allowed to get private investment for this government contract. I don't know if that hasn't been allowed in the past. I honestly don't have the answer on that one. Well, but they did for this. And I know that SpaceX literally just raised $1 billion in funding the other day, like a week ago or something. $1.16 billion was invested into SpaceX. I'm fairly, I don't have any proof there, but I'm pretty sure we know where that's going. Can I just check something? Can you recap on page 1 and 2? I just joined. Page 1 is just the title page. Page 2 is what I just said, man. Let's go. Where is it? Doge parking at the moon. Where's the moon tweet? Yeah, the moon soon tweet. I'm wondering... Actually, if we want to do some digging here, what we should do is see if that moon tweet is around the same time when SpaceX raised that funding, because there you go. Elon's mullet is flowing. It's magical, dude. Dude, that is mullet-tastic, and I love it. I want that haircut. A week ago for the moon soon tweet, moon very soon tweet. Okay, Thomas, when did SpaceX raise that get that funding? I would guess that SpaceX's investments are more than just Starlink, though. Well, the fireworks were... No, I don't think the fireworks line up with anything. Going to the moon very soon on the 10th, so that was a week ago. That picture is from Austin. Yeah, it's at the Gigafactory. Why is Dogecoin not going to the moon with this news? I was hearing it on the grapevine from students working internships around when Elon tweeted that he's obviously more connected. And he's obviously more connected than me. April 14th was their SEC filing. Yeah, okay. SpaceX has added more than $300 million to a fundraising round announced earlier this year to support continued work on its Starship launch and Starlink. In an amendment filing with the U.S. SEC on the 14th, the company revised the filing in February that disclosed raising $850 million. The company now says it has raised $1.164 billion in funding. Well, there you go. Dude, you know what? Lunar Starship is freaking cool, man. And I said it once, I'll say it again. NASA would have been stupid to not pick that. But also at the same time, I really don't think NASA had a choice. I really don't think NASA had a choice in this regard, guys. Their hand was forced. Their hand was forced. That's why they were so vague about everything. It's starting to make sense. Because they got underfunded. Man, SpaceX played them like a fiddle. I'm pretty sure, man. I'm pretty sure SpaceX played them like a fiddle. I'm pretty sure they did. Oh my god. Wow. That's some... Dude. Elon and Gwen are friggin' geniuses. Ruthless. Friggin' ruthless, dude. Ruthless. See, it's smart. It's smart. SpaceX underbid everybody. But they underbid, and because NASA allowed private funding to be raised for HLS, they didn't need as much money from NASA, and they could raise it privately. And then say it was for Starlink and Starship developments. They didn't have to say for what it was for. Holy crap, that's smart. Dude, that is some 70 friggin' chess, man. Oh, I'm like, I feel dirty after this. I feel dirty. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. Jeez. I don't smoke. That's You know that feeling when you like have old food and you take the leftovers out of the fridge and it's a science experiment and you're like, and you put it in a garbage disposal? Like, that's how dirty I feel right now. It's like, you got played, man. You got freaking played. Oh my goodness. That's thanks. I needed that picture in my head. Now I got a Nick fit. Sorry. Cigar then. What Ando said. Ooh. Oof. What is it? Ooh. Ooh. That reminds me, I gotta clean up my fridge. Damn, man. So I had the honor and privilege to be on an MIT call for Space Week with Gwen Shotwell, and she talked about lunar starship progress. That's cool, Just Space. Gwen and Elon freaking... Yeah. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I feel dirty. I gotta keep reading. I feel. That's Norfolk Southern 611. Beautiful locomotive. The national team collab backfired. Mixing new and old space was too expensive for NASA. Just makes you want to go, well done, Mr. Bond. Yeah, Feist, I know. It seems like SpaceX knew that too.
Discovery,
no, Mr. Bond. No. How long do you think the first landing will last? Goonie, 19-month resub. I'm a big SLS supporter, but at this point I start to understand Eric. Cam, he had to have known. There's no way he didn't know. He had to have known. Who else can make that crazy of a freaking argument? And then he had to have known. He had to have known that that's what's going on. Savage, Just Space. I saw my chance. I took it. Hang on. You guys are going fast. So how is Lunar Starship going to work? So Lunar Starship is going to launch unmanned, refuel in low Earth orbit, which is a good capability to have, go to translunar injection, insert into near rectilinear halo orbit, and then sit around the gateway until NASA's ready to fly people out there with Orion. This is a perfect example of the first market-breaking company. SpaceX was first to market and has been steamrolling since then. Same can be extended to the upcoming small launch sector, which will be interesting. Yep. Those landing legs on HLS will also be on the normal Starship per the Dear Moon renders. Interesting. I still wonder what will be the mission profile for reusing Lunar Starship. They said that the demonstrator will not... The demonstrator... They'll have 2 starships, and one of them they'll send out there, and the next one they'll practice landing on the moon, and then they'll reuse one of the 2. So do they launch the tanker first to Leo, and then Starship? Geek, honestly, I would put Lunar Starship into orbit first, and then the tanker second. Butt them up together, refuel, because you want the fuel to be in orbit for the least amount of time, right? The Dogecoin spike. Yeah. That's what I said. Why use Orion at that point? If they can land, then surely they can launch people into orbit. I mean, Kem, you know what the funny thing is? I've always advocated for Orion to have a way to get into low Earth orbit. And do have a heavy unmanned cargo lifter. Huh. It's funny. SpaceX plans to self-fund and assume financial risk over half of the development and test activities as an investment in its architecture, which plans to utilize for numerous commercial applications, presents outstanding benefits to NASA. Michael's reading the same document that we're reading. An elevator, Shadow Wolf. They don't need to prove re-entry, Phil. No, really, they could do this with an expendable rocket and an expendable lander. It's low risk for Starship, to be honest with you, and you get funding for it. Yeah, SpaceX leveraged its private investment to get a NASA contract, which NASA said was okay to do. The other companies were stupid for not reading the fine print. We could do that, Smirks. Yeah. Wait till you read what's on the bottom of page 20. All right. Let's go down here. Could they have chosen none if they thought no company was able to do it? I'm not sure, Ando. SpaceX is 5-head. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Rock Guy. They probably tried, to be honest with you. The part you skipped was interesting. Okay. The CO thus opened price negotiations with SpaceX on April 2nd, 2021. As contemplated by the solicitation, the government instructed SpaceX that it was permitted to change certain price and milestone-related aspects of its proposal, e.g. the government request and example, the government requested a best and final price as well as updated milestone payment phasing to align with NASA's budget constraints, but was prohibited from changing content within its technical and management proposals or otherwise de-scoping its proposal in any capacity. SpaceX submitted a complaint and timely revised proposal by the due date of April 7th, 2021. Although SpaceX's revised proposal contained updated milestone payment phasing that fits within NASA's current budget, SpaceX did not propose an overall price reduction. After I reviewed this revised proposal and consulted with the SEP chairperson and CO, it was evident to me that it would not be in the agency's best interest to select one or more of the remaining offerers for the purpose of engaging with them in private negotiations. Following a final review of the offer's SEP reports and SpaceX revived pricing proposal, I made a final option A selection and award determinations as documented herein. Yeah, compliant. Yeah, sorry, I misread. I'm going fast, guys. This is super interesting, man. This is super interesting. Guys, I'll be honest with you. I would like, and I'm just saying that I would disregard any opinions heard by me today at all. I gotta figure this out. This is a puzzle. I gotta figure it out. I would disregard pretty much everything that I'm saying because this is super interesting stuff, and it's gonna take a while to kind of fit the puzzle pieces together. I can't unhear my fridge becoming a science experiment. Sorry. Dude, that's so interesting. Well, Thomas, well, the thing is I got to read it. Let's see. All right. Let's go. Proposal evaluation methodology. For this procurement, NASA utilized a broad agency announcement to solicit for firm fixed price proposals. BAAs are not negotiated procurements conducted on the basis of competitive proposals. As such, NASA did not conduct a comparative analysis and trade-off amongst proposals. Rather, each proposal was evaluated on its own individual merits. Generally, the SEP evaluated each offeror's proposal as a measure of its understanding and approach to meet all of the requirements and goals of the Option A solicitation. The SEP evaluated the degree to which the proposal demonstrated the offeror's in-depth knowledge of the required engineering processes, procedures, and tools to successfully perform the tasks on schedule, and a clear understanding of current NASA requirements, goals, policies, and procedures affecting such tasks. For all of the enumerated evaluation criteria, the SEP evaluated the credibility, feasibility, effectiveness, comprehensiveness, suitability, risk, completeness, adequacy, and consistency of each offeror's unique proposed approach, as well as the ability to successfully meet the technical management schedule and other requirements and goals of the Option A solicitation. It wasn't a complaint, Nikita. I misread it. It was compliant. Compliant. Sorry, it's a different word. The ESL people are probably like, what? Ambroso, for my sanity, please don't skip around in this. The solicitation established 3 factors for evaluation: technical, price, and management. These factors are in descending order. These factors are in descending order of importance to NASA. Factor 1 is more important than Factor 2, and Factor 2 is more important than Factor 3. Factors 1 and 3, when combined, are significantly more important than Factor 2. NASCAR. Yeah, right. The factors 1 and 3, the solicitation established specific areas of focus for evaluation. For each offer, findings, e.g. strengths and weaknesses, created for the areas of focus were considered in totality by the SEP to arrive at a single adjectival rating, single adjectival rating for each factor. Areas of focus that did not receive their own adjectival ratings. Areas that, man, I can't read today. Areas of focus did not receive their own adjectival ratings. In determining adjectival ratings for factors 1 and 3, all areas of focus were considered as approximately of equal importance with their respective factor. Table 1 contains the evaluation factors and areas of focus. Okay. Yeah, Ambroso, I get it. The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, the system has developed a deviation and its variation, which is called error. Link, please. No. Somebody already linked it. Dino, I said no because I knew someone would link it by the time I said no, and yeah, we were pretty much spot on. Option A, evaluation, factors and areas of focus. Okay. Significant strength, strength, weakness, significant weakness, deficiency. Just got here. Who was picked? Reagan, guess. Who do you think? What two do you think got picked? I'm curious. I want to hear what you say. Tom Brady. SpaceX and Dynetics. Yeah, you're half right. It was just SpaceX, guys. Starship is the sole HLS provider at this point. They're the sole option A variation with an option down the road to be able to bring other lunar landers into the fold. Yeah. Yeah. Didn't see that one coming.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Iron Spark gifted a sub to Ivo. Thanks, man. I didn't see that one coming. It's like in Super Troopers. I did not see that coming. Why just one? Game Coder, that's what I'm trying to figure out now. From where I am with NASA's source selection statement, that's what we're reading right now. Basically reading why. They underfunded HLS. They underfunded HLS, and SpaceX was the only viable option with the funding that they got. That's the honest truth. It was the only viable option if we wanted to take, landing sometime in the middle of this decade or in 2020. Sorry, I dropped my Dragon capsule. Landing sometime in the middle of this decade or in 2024, it was the only viable option. Do you see the dangers of underfunding now? Not a good idea. Anyway, let's get back to analyzing this. There's adjectival ratings, factors 1 through 3. Okay. For one of the areas of focus with factor 3, base period performance, the SCP performed its evaluation in accordance with a special procedure established in the Option A solicitation. This procedure involved the evaluation of NASA's base period performance record, BPPR, for each offer, documenting its performance from the beginning of the base period contract performance until October 2020, as well as evaluation of the base period performance narrative, the BPPN, submitted by each offer with, okay. All right. All this is saying is like different areas of the contract are good, and how this one is how they were, where the strengths and weaknesses throughout the track record thus far. All right, let's go down. Yeah, well, it's not his job. He's basically a janitor for NASA at this point, Green Dragon. Yeah, it's Kathy Leaders. I got it, Ambroso. Thank you. Starship will use gateway carrier. Yep. Last paragraph on this page is an important one. Kathy has thoroughly reviewed the evaluation report for each offer prepared by the SCP. It is her determination that the evaluation results documented therein, including the findings, adjectival ratings, narrative basis for each adjectival rating, and the total evaluated prices were created in accordance with the evaluation criteria and methodology set forward in the Option A solicitation. Further, it is my determination that this evaluation record has a rational basis, is thoroughly documented, and provides Kathy with information regarding the qualitative merits and drawbacks of each offerer's proposal that is sufficient to support my selection decisions. As such, I fully concur with the adoption of the SCP's evaluation record. This record is the basis for all decisions made herein, and such decisions represent my independent judgment as the agency's official solely responsible for selection as the agency official solely responsible for selections in this procurement. What happened today? I mean, it quite literally, Forge, yeah. So about that FAA, permanent FAA personnel at Boca Chica. A discount, it sounds like some FAA official is going to have to move down to South Texas. Best be getting your cowboy hats and boots. You got spurs? You got spurs, Mr. FAA man? Can you use the spurs with the rudder pedals? Does that work? You're not wrong. We'll start ship. Okay, already. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Jingle, jangle. In accordance with the Option A solicitation, the SSA is not, as a general matter, tasked with conducting a comparative analysis or trade-off amongst proposals. Rather, as the SSA, I am charged with considering each proposal on its own individual merits and selecting for awarding one or more proposals that individually each present value to the present value to the government that optimize NASA's ability to meet its objectives as set forth in the solicitation. As discussed above, one such objective is making 2 Option A contract awards. NASA's HLS acquisition strategy has been to maintain a competitive environment through the initial crewed lunar demonstrations and beyond, thereby creating performance and pricing incentives for contractors at all stages of the HLS program. By making 3 base period contract awards that preceded the present Option A source selection, it was NASA's preference, as stated in the Option A BAA, to then down-select from among these 3 contractors to 2 Option A awardees. However, this is important. How mad do you think Jim is right now? I think if you asked him, Green, he'd say it is what it is. If you really want my honest opinion. Because that's kind of where I'm at. It is what it is. You know, dudes, at least we got something. Like, it sucks that they couldn't choose 2, and here's the reason why, but at least we got something. However, when considered in conjunction with the total evaluated prices for each Option A offerer, NASA's fiscal year 2021 appropriations and appropriations indications for future fiscal years that span the Option A period of performance are incongruent with NASA's Option A acquisition strategy. Thus, while not NASA's optimal outcome in this matter, in accordance with Section 6.1 of the Broad Agency Announcement, NASA is permitted to select for award multiple, one, or none of the Option A proposals. Perhaps most critically, the solicitation provides that the overall number of awards will be dependent on the funding availability and evaluation results. My selection decisions set forth below are based upon these dual considerations. They didn't get enough money. They didn't get enough money. That's it. Here's the cool thing. It's trending on Twitter. Yep, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, see? This is why it is what it is. Right? They could have selected nothing. They could have said none of these are good. Honestly. And they almost did. If SpaceX didn't change some wording up, there would be no human landing system. So that's curious. Throw Congress under the bus because they deserve it. You don't like it? Vote them out. Pretty straightforward stuff. It honestly sounds like SpaceX just quite literally saved the Artemis program. Like, is that not what I'm reading here? That sounds like what happened. Did the other 2 companies get the opportunity to change their pricing? Atran, I don't see why they wouldn't, right? Like, why wouldn't they? It would be a conflict of interest if NASA only told one of them. Doug Lavero got fired for that. But, yeah, they must have. Sounds kind of like it. Now we know the context. It specifically says SpaceX in the report. It was in the text. They didn't. They did not. They were too expensive. It was after selection, though. No, they didn't, as they were already moved from the competition. See, this is what I mean about putting the puzzle pieces together. There's visceral reactions to this, which I was not pleased with, but I'm trying to understand what actually went down here. And obviously, as always, it's a little more complicated because we're talking about legal jargon about rocket science. You know, like this stuff gets complicated real quick. Yeah, Green. Well, let's keep reading. Let's keep reading. So maybe it was none until SpaceX changed their proposal. I think that's what happened, Mason. I think it was none until they changed their proposal. Yeah, B-Money's, yeah. Sounds like they picked SpaceX and they said, look, you're still too expensive, but you're the closest one to not being too expensive. That sounds like that's what happened. Price adjustment was made in post-selection negotiations. Yep. What was stopping the other teams from lowering their price and asking for more funding later? NASA kind of controls that, I guess, Bagel. Yeah. Yeah, Sebi, right. Careful reading that stuff unless you need a brain surgeon, right? Interesting. SpaceX is the only company that wants to go and develop the hardware for the goals, other than just profit from the NASA contract. It's a bold statement, Resak. You think so? I don't care, Limpron. I don't look at the trending tab to learn things. I look at the trending tab if I need to lose brain cells. Is it enough, though? I think so, Phil. Yeah, Kem. I mean, let's read on, guys. Read on. Read on. Summary of evaluation results. The Option A technical and management adjectival ratings as assessed by the SAP are as follows. Blue Origin, technical rating, acceptable. Management rating, very good. Dynetics, technical rating, marginal. Management rating, very good. SpaceX, technical rating, acceptable. Management rating, outstanding. For Factor 2, SpaceX's total evaluated price of $2.9 billion was the lowest among the offers by a wide margin. Blue Origin's total evaluated price was significantly higher than this, followed by Dynetics' total evaluated price, which was significantly higher than Blue Origin's. How? Kathy slaughtered Dynetics. If selected, it typically isn't a matter of having to cut funding. After any selection, you always have to revise your funding with NASA and present a very detailed line item budget. The proposal is just an estimate. Got it. The overall price was not reduced, just the amount per year. Got it. I don't understand how Dynetics can be so expensive, dude. What happened? How did you do? That's impressive. How do you even do that? You should read more when you're free. No, we're going through this. It's important. Could always be that they went to all three. Yeah, Muffin. All right, let's keep going. In light of these results and the funds presently available to the agency for Option A contracts, my selection analysis must first consider the merits of making a contract award to the offer that is the most highly rated and has the lowest price, SpaceX, followed by the second most highly rated offer, Blue Origin, and finally, Dynetics. Below are my analyses of each of these offerers and the accompanying basis for their selection or non-selection for award. For each offer, I have identified those aspects of its proposal and the SEP's evaluation thereof that I find to be particularly compelling and noteworthy. Note that this selection statement does not identify or describe SEP findings for each offer with which I concur, but that did not represent significant considerations in my analysis or ultimate decisions. Kowalski, analysis. Pi Power, I'm taking into account that we would need time to do this. Don't worry, it's all good. So if they had money, it would have been SpaceX top, Blue Origin national team, and P2. Pretty much, Sebi. It's interesting, Prey, right? Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Do we have a conclude? Whoa. I kind of want to read all of it. Soyuz is undocking tonight, Core. Well, can't say that NASA didn't do the research. We don't need to launch anything today, fellas. The crew is already up there. We just need to fly out to the moon, land, and then come back. And then land DART. Trust me. I don't have to put anything together. Okay? The SEP evaluated SpaceX's proposal as acceptable for Factor 1, technical approach. I agree with this assessment. With the technical area of Focus 1 technical design concept, I agree with the SEP's assessment of a significant strength for SpaceX's proposed capability to substantially exceed NASA's threshold values or meet NASA's goal values for numerous initial performance requirements. I also note that the SEP's individual analysis and verification of these attributes, which lends credence to the feasibility of SpaceX's approach to meet NASA's performance requirements. I find this suite of augmented capabilities and SpaceX's approach to achieving them in a manner that will not compromise its ability to meet NASA's other requirements to be a particularly noteworthy attribute of SpaceX's design with abundant potential benefit for NASA. Pretty much, Muffin. Yep. The summary is on 13. All right, let's go with the selection rationale. I want to I'll read through this in a second. Let's just see if we can read this, and if I don't have any questions here, we'll go from there. Selection rationale. My selection determination for SpaceX's proposal is based upon the results of its evaluation considered in light of the agency's currently available and anticipated future funding for the Option A effort. In making my selection, I examined the totality of the SEP's evaluation of SpaceX's proposals across Option A's solicitation evaluation criteria, as well as the relative weighting of those criteria as stated therein. This analysis leads me to the conclusion that SpaceX's proposal is meritorious and advantageous to the agency, and that it aligns with the objectives set forth in this solicitation. Specifically, I conclude that SpaceX's acceptable technical approach coupled with its outstanding management approach provided abundant value for NASA at its total evaluated price. Moreover, as a result of the price negotiations discussed above, the agency's budget now permits the award of a contract for SpaceX. Therefore, I select SpaceX proposal for an Option A contract award. Yeah, all I can tell you is that people ain't going to be happy about this. People ain't going to be happy about this. Yeah, let's not skip around, Primo. Well, I know about that, but anyway. Relevant if it wasn't shared in chat already. Yeah, I read that already. Oh, yeah, Skeeter, it's interesting, huh? Well, excuse me. No, it's all good, Bree. It's all good. This isn't... It's not as bad as it seems. It's just not ideal. Yeah, from what I've been reading thus far. It's not as... We got... So, Bree, there was an... If none of these people met now... If none of the contractors... If none of the 3 selections met NASA's criteria, there was an option in the contract to choose nobody. So, at least we got something. And, you know, I can rest easy knowing that SpaceX will take this very seriously. So, it's not the best, but it's not the worst either. So, it's not good. I mean, it's not great. It's just good. I'll take it. If it, you know, like if I had to sole contract something, it would probably be to SpaceX. Like, that's what I would do. SpaceX just saved Artemis. It seems to be that way. Blue Origin. Where's the summary on Blue Origin? Wait a minute. There should be a price thing for SpaceX too. Oh, here we go. I reviewed the SEP's calculation of SpaceX's total evaluated price and conclude that it is accurate, based on the SEP's utilization of multiple private analysis techniques set forth in 8675309, Part B and G. I have similarly high confidence in conclusions that SpaceX's price is fair, reasonable, and balanced, and that SpaceX's proposal contains no advanced payments. Finally, the SEP compared SpaceX's proposed milestone payments to monthly expenditures and concluded that contractor investment and risk sharing were not unreasonably low or negative during performance. I concur with each of these conclusions. As previously discussed, the contracting officer engaged in limited price negotiations with SpaceX that resulted in some revisions to SpaceX's proposal. But SpaceX's revised proposal did not alter the price evaluation results summarized above. Yeah, pretty much, Rocket Guy. Yep. Ooh. This is interesting. I like getting into the details, guys. This is interesting stuff. All right. Blue Origin price. This is what everybody's interested, right? Let's see. I reviewed the SEP's calculation of Blue Origin's total evaluated price and conclude that it is accurate, based on the SEP's utilization of multiple price analysis techniques set in FAR 15404 not found. All right, anyway, I have similarly high confidence in conclusion that Blue Origin's price is fair, reasonable, and balanced. Finally, the SEP compared Blue Origin's proposal milestone payments amounts to its monthly expenditures and concluded that the contractor's investment was not unreasonably low or negative during performance, and that Blue Origin is thus assuming a fair sharing of risk throughout contract performance. I agree with these conclusions. However, the SEP did identify 2 instances of proposed advanced payments with Blue Origin's proposal. Pursuant to Section 5.2.5 of the Broad Agency Announcement, proposals containing any advanced payments are ineligible for a contract award. Oof. The solicitation's advance payment prohibition applies to the proposed CLIN payment amounts and separately to proposed milestone payments within those CLINs. Blue Origin's proposal is not compliant with the latter of these 2 requirements. Specifically, Blue Origin proposed milestone at the outset of its Option A performance that the SEP determined were not commensurate with performance. I concur with the SEP's assessment that these kickoff meeting related payments are counter to the solicitation's instructions and render Blue Origin's proposal ineligible for award without the government engaging in discussions or negotiations with Blue Origin, either of which would provide an opportunity for it to submit a compliant revised proposal. They missed a step in the broad agency announcement. Did I read that right, Rocket Guy? They literally didn't read the they didn't read the BAA. Did I read that correctly? They messed up. Wow. Guys, what are you doing? What are you doing? Your proposal is good. Read the frigging rules. Come on, man. Why would they do that? Oh, my goodness. Oh, goodness. What are you doing? What? Am I wrong? Like, I don't understand. When pricing contracts, it is very complicated. I don't know if this was so much an incorrect management on their proposal or something they were hoping to negotiate because the pricing methods were not good for them. That's most likely what happened. They messed up, or they thought they could get NASA to go for it. It's probably the second one, Muffin. So NASA probably said, this is what you need to do. And Blue Origin said, well, what if we do this? Hoping that NASA would be like, oh, yeah, you could do that. NASA said, no, yeah, you can't do that. Blue did the same thing with the NSSL. What's advance payment mean? Basically, you know, if you pick us, you give us money before we give you a timeline. It basically give us money and we'll give you what you want. Especially with that many team members, it was probably something they needed up front. That's what, yeah, they couldn't, yeah, okay. Yeah, they did it on purpose, guys. They didn't not read the rules. It seems like it, but they did it on purpose. They did it on purpose because, yeah, they couldn't do it within the broad agency announcement. Okay, don't worry. They can read the rules. They just said, we don't think we can do it for that price. Submit it anyway and see what happens. And NASA said, yeah, no, you can't. The advance payment is basically a down payment. Yeah, exactly. So did NASA award a contract for HLS? Derek, 40-month sub. Yeah, only to SpaceX. Yeah, airborne it could be. NASA said, alright, I'm gonna head out. Wait, why does SLS exist? To move people there. People aren't launching on Starship to the moon. They're landing on the moon with Starship. Gateway and everything else is still on the table, guys. Let me see the conclusion for the selection rationale for Blue Origin and the national team. My selection determination with regard to Blue Origin's proposal is based upon the results of its evaluation considered in light of the agency's currently available and anticipated future for funding the HLS program. Blue Origin proposal has merit and is largely in alignment with the technical and management objectives set forth in the solicitation. Nonetheless, I am not selecting Blue Origin for an Option A contract award because I find that its proposal does not present sufficient value to the government when analyzed pursuant to the solicitation's evaluation criteria and methodology. In reaching this conclusion, I considered whether it may be in the government's best interest to engage in price negotiations to seek a lower best and final price from Blue Origin. However, given NASA's current and projected HLS budget, it is in my assessment that such negotiations with Blue Origin, if open, would not be in good faith. After accounting for a contract award to SpaceX, the amount of remaining available funding is so insubstantial that, in my opinion, NASA cannot reasonably ask Blue Origin to lower its price for the scope of work it has proposed to figure that it would be. It has proposed to a figure that would be potentially enable I can't read. Sorry, guys. In my opinion, NASA cannot reasonably ask Blue Origin to lower its price for the scope of work it has proposed to a figure that would potentially enable NASA to afford making a contract award to Blue Origin. As specified in Section 6.1 of the broad agency announcement, the overall number of Option A awards is dependent upon funding availability. I did not have enough funding to even attempt to negotiate a price from Blue Origin that could potentially enable a contract award. For these reasons, I did not select Blue Origin's proposal for an Option A contract. See the dangers of underfunding? Not good. See, what do you want? Read the first paragraph of page 20, please, please, please. Okay. I have to read all of this to read that first paragraph. The footnote. It's Kathy Leaders Morrison is the person that's calling this. Kathy Leaders runs the Human Exploration Operations Mission Directorate. That's basically NASA's manned spaceflight division. Something spicy is in that. Read it. Keep reading. Don't skip. Skipping removes context. Yeah, Drummer, that's what I'm trying not to do, but... Okay. Finally, I note within the margin area... So, what's the context here? The management approach. This is management approach for Blue Origin. This is what you want me to see? Finally, I note within the management area of Focus 7, data rights, the SCP identified 2 weaknesses with Blue's proposal from which I concur and find to be noteworthy. In both cases, Blue's approach to data rights is likely to result in protracted intellectual property disputes during contract performance and generally creates a high risk that the government will obtain lower intellectual property licensing rights than it is otherwise entitled to under the contract. First, the SCP observes that Blue's assertion notice lacks the specificity required by the solicitation, and further, it fails to make assertions at the lowest practicable and segregable level. The first of these errors leaves the government unable to verify the validity of some of Blue Origin's assertions, meaning that Blue Origin has proposed to deliver a certain data set with a limited or restricted rights license, but has failed to adequately substantiate its basis for doing so. The latter error has a similar result in that Blue Origin proposes to deliver what appear to be overly broad sets of data and software to the government with limited or restricted rights. By not breaking these sets down to the level required and segregating out only those portions that are truly appropriate to deliver with less than a government purpose rights license, the aspect of Blue's proposal is non-compliant with the solicitation's instructions. What do you think of this? I don't, Reagan. Let me finish reading, please. I'm so glad I picked engineering. These words are too hard. This is legal jargon about engineering, Atran. It's even worse. Blue's proposal further impugns the government's potential rights and data by proposing to deliver data created in conjunction with NASA with a less than GPR license. This is prohibited by the solicitation. I thus agree with the SCP's finding that multiple conflicting components within Blue Origin's proposal create a situation in which the parties will likely need to engage in protracted negotiations while on contract to ensure that the government is obtaining all of the IP rights to which it is contractually entitled. It is to the advantage of both parties to begin contract performance with as much clarity and agreement as to each party's right in data as is reasonably possible. But it is my assessment that Blue Origin's proposal is not particularly helpful in achieving this goal and leaves me with concerns about NASA being able to obtain proper rights in data once on contract. Impugnus, sorry. Yeah, I know. Interesting. SpaceX doesn't want to do the same thing, Darknaze. So does Boeing. I don't understand this. NASA and the national team were not on the same page when it comes to who gets the intellectual property to what components of their human landing system proposal. Despite all this, guys, despite all this, they were still probably going to figure that stuff out later. It probably wouldn't have been that big of an issue. I don't understand how that was so ridiculously spicy. It's just, they didn't say that they wouldn't. They said that some stuff needs to be clarified. The selection rationale explains everything you need to know. They were going to choose the national team as the second provider, but they didn't have enough money. That should tell you everything you need to know. Right there. This is not, it's causation. That's just the thing that they needed to work out, but they would have chosen them anyway. No skipping. You should also read the first paragraph that starts on page 11 and read until the price subsection on page 12. We already read that. Novus, I read that already. SpaceX, Simple Chris. Starship was the only one awarded with an Option A HLS contract. We're trying to figure out why. I'll check, Atron. Let's see. Let me look at Dynetics' price. That's what I want to get to. I reviewed the SCP's calculation of Dynetics' total evaluated pricing and concluded that it is accurate. Based on the SCP's utilization of multiple price analysis techniques set forward in FAR 15404-1 Bravo and Gulf, I have similarly high confidence in its conclusion that Dynetics' price is fair, reasonable, and balanced. The SCP also reviewed Dynetics' pricing for advanced payments and concluded that it did not propose any. The SCP also reviewed Dynetics' pricing for advance payments and concluded that it did not propose any. Finally, the SCP compared Dynetics' proposal milestone payment amounts to its monthly expenditures and concluded that the contractor's investment was not unreasonably low or negative during performance, and that Dynetics is thus assuming a fair share of risk through contract performance. I concur with these conclusions. All right. Selection rationale. Last page. My selection determination for Dynetics' proposal is based upon the results of its evaluation considered in light of the agency's current available and anticipated future funding for the Option A effort. In making my selection, I examined the totality of the SCP's evaluation recorded of Dynetics' proposal across the Option A solicitation's evaluation criteria, as well as relative weighting of those criteria as stated therein. This leads me to the conclusion that while Dynetics' proposal does have some meritorious technical and management attributes, it is overall of limited merit and is only somewhat in alignment with the objectives set forth in this solicitation. Specifically, I conclude that Dynetics' marginal technical approach, coupled with its very good management approach, does not provide sufficient value to the government at its total evaluated price, and when considered in light of the agency's available budget, I do not select Dynetics' proposal for an Option A contract award. Interesting. too high. It's a good proposal, and it has its technical merits, but it's too expensive. Straight up. Can any other companies join HLS at this time? Yeah, that ship sailed a long time ago, Ryan. Its technical approach is good, but untested, Matt. That's basically what that means. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul. All right, anyway. Let's go here. Read it all again. Let's get to the conclusion. In light of the 3 HLS Option A offers, evaluation results, and in consideration of NASA's available funding, it is my determination that the award of a single Option A contract is in the best interests of the agency. This contract award is the catalyst for developing a critical element needed for the initial Artemis missions, a human lander, to return astronauts to the moon, including the first woman to touch the lunar surface. This Option A selection represents a critical step, but is by no means the last step in NASA's investment in and facilitation of lunar transport service providers. With this award and NASA's forward efforts for the acquisition of long-term recurring human and lunar landing services, NASA is leading a sustainable return to the moon, and we are doing it with our commercial and international partners to lead innovation and expand our knowledge for future lunar missions looking towards Mars. Kyron. Oh, okay, no, so I'll check it in a second. You have to be technical in this situation, Sim. Yeah, guys, I know the legal jargon makes you want to headbutt a wall. I get it. This is the time to do that. There's a time and a place for it. And the time and a place for it is not when I'm explaining things with analogies on a Twitch stream. The time and a place for it is when NASA announces its Option A funding for HLS. You have to do it. It's just part of the process. It's annoying. It's annoying as all hell. But sleeping is annoying as all hell. Imagine all that time you could have not sleeping, you know? But you still got to do it. Still a big pain in the butt. What's a TLDR? They didn't fund HLS. They didn't give HLS enough funding. They didn't give it enough funding. It's that simple. NASA was ready to pick National Team and SpaceX, which is what I thought they would pick, and they didn't have enough funding. SpaceX was the only one that worked with the money that they had. I'm sad that Dynetics didn't get selected. How does it become the most expensive all of a sudden? Ryan, let me put it to you like this. How many times does Dynetics' lander need to get refueled on the way to get out to the moon? Vehicle complexity, mission complexity. The Dynetics lander is a pretty damn simple vehicle. You know what that tells me? Pretty damn simple vehicle, even launching on a simple rocket, is going to be complicated mission architecture. You need to look no further than that. Well, I think what they planned on doing was launching it with like a Vulcan or something, refueling it again, sending it out to the moon, getting it to the moon, refueling it again at Gateway, and then landing on the moon. How many launches is that? That adds up. All that stuff adds up over time. Basically, SpaceX got the contract right and bid a good price. Blue Origin messed up the bid and I don't think Blue Origin messed up their bid. I don't think they messed up their bid. I think their bid was fine, if you really want my honest opinion. Of course, having a lander that you have to assemble in space, once again, complicated vehicle, easier mission architecture. Straight up. So do you think Congress gives NASA more money so that it's not just SpaceX? Yeah. Guys, you guys got to remember, okay? NASA can award more Option A offers. They can award more Option A contracts down the road. It's dependent on funding. They made that very clear in the press conference and in this document. So that doesn't mean that Dynetics and the national team are out. They're not SOL. It really depends on funding. NASA right now, for certain, has enough to award one Option A contract. That doesn't mean that they can't award two. That doesn't mean that they couldn't award three. They could give them all three if they get the funding. If you read the Dynetics technical evaluation, they still don't know a lot. The evaluation said that there were a lot of discrepancies in its design, and it also lacks significant details on critical design elements. Yep. Makes sense. Hey, babyface. Hey. Congressman that released the earlier statement is a co-sponsor of HR 5666. I know. To that end, Kathy cited a lack of solutions to the refueling and cryo management issues, indicating that SpaceX is doing something different and they know more. SpaceX has a next step contract prey with NASA to pioneer on-orbit refueling. NASA's already paying them for refueling. They're not paying Dynetics for refueling, right? That's the difference. Could you talk more about how vehicle complexity and mission architecture are interdependent? Well, generally, the more complicated vehicle you have, the easier the mission is. The simpler the vehicle you have, the more complicated the mission is. It's what is it? Inverse. IMO, after reading the footnote on page 20, they would have negotiated with Blue Origin if they had received enough funding to choose two offers. They didn't get the cash, so they didn't bother. Your read on that. That's exactly the same conclusion that I came to. It seems like the national team proposal, guys, was good, and SpaceX's was good, and Dynetics wasn't very good. The national team, they're well with some discrepancies here and there with intellectual property and whatnot, was good enough. And had they had the funding to fund both, they would have. That's the conclusion that I'm coming to here. Greater complexity implies greater capability. Always, Dirk, but that's not necessarily correlated to vehicle versus mission architecture. I'll give you examples. The Saturn V. The Saturn V is a very complicated vehicle. You have first stage, second stage, third stage, lander, command module. That's a lot of stuff going on there. But the Saturn V is the quickest and easiest way to get to the surface of the moon. Mission architecture is simple. Vehicle architecture is complicated. Good example? The space shuttle, if it had worked correctly, would have been a complicated vehicle that can do a lot in space. And because you have a complicated vehicle that can do a lot, that has very flexible mission architecture, you can do a wide variety of things with it in space. That's what it's plus. Once again, vehicle complexity, easier missions. Okay? If you have something like Falcon 9, for instance, and once again, not saying Falcon 9 is bad, I'm a SpaceX fanboy, and I hate that I have to precurse this every single time with this, but I do. Falcon 9 is a very simple vehicle. So using Falcon 9 and by proxy Falcon Heavy to do anything around the moon is going to wind up with a more complicated mission. By having to do Earth orbit rendezvous and build something in space, right, to get out to the moon. Neither Falcon 9 nor Falcon Heavy can get you to the surface of the moon with one shot. So you have simpler vehicles and more complicated missions. Starship is supposed to fix that. Starship is a complicated vehicle, but it will enable you to be able, because of the high frequency of launches, it will enable you to have easier mission architecture. But it's important to note that at this particular point in time, Starship with on-orbit refueling, with landing, with launching into space is still all unproven. That doesn't mean it can't be done. It's all unproven at this point in time. But time will tell if that's the right move. That's correct, Squishchin. What do you think of Ariane complexity? Ariane 5? Ariane 5 is a good rocket. I wish they would do something with it. It's a pretty simple it's a, well, I'd say it's a medium complexity because of the upper stages on it. Or the upper stages are quite good. It's just they don't do anything with it aside from make money off
Discovery,
of it.
go at throttle up.
I would argue that Starship is complicated in both mission and vehicle architecture. Well, Rocket Guy, so was the space shuttle, right? And if the space shuttle actually had done...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okie, thank you for the subs. If the space shuttle had actually done what was promised, then you would trade that vehicle complexity for easier missions. Starship is trying to do the same thing. At this particular point in time, Starship seems like a very complicated architecture with very complicated missions. But SpaceX is trying to take that complicated vehicle architecture and make it more reliable. And in light of that, with intention and not necessarily track record, it fits to that inverse correlation right there. Ariane 5 was originally designed to carry a mini shuttle to space. I know about Hermes, Thrawn. I know what Hermes is. Yeah, it was designed to do it. Pony up, mother fluxer. We say flux here instead of flux capacitor. No flux capacitors to give. I believe that if Blue Origin bid alone, they would have a better chance. It would be easier to fund it privately and use vertical integration, I suppose. 7 million more euros and we would have had Hermes. Yep. No. Flux you. No. Flux you. No. Don't make this harder than it is. I heard an interesting perspective on Starship where it's slowly just becoming the space shuttle. How Hyperloop has become a tunnel with cars in it. Do you think SpaceX will be able to create what they set out to do, or do you think Starship is going to get wheels with its heat shield? At least Ariane is man-rated. That's even worse, Kim. That's even worse. You go to human rate something and never launch humans on it. Imagine doing that, Kim. We wouldn't know anything about that. You know, we launch people on the rockets that we human rate. Whammy. You think Blue Origin is in a bad spot now? They still have NLS2 on ramp. No, not necessarily, Adrian. They need to score some contract somewhere, dude. Hey, Blinga. Did NASA say why they did only one down select? Long story short, they didn't have the money. They didn't have the money to choose two. Cornbread, Starship, you say Starship is slowly becoming the space shuttle. Do you think that SpaceX will be able to create what they set out to do? Yes. Cornbread, I hate answering questions with questions, but I often do. And I do it to get people's gears turning. Now, within the confines of physics, does Starship make sense? Does it break any weird particular law of physics here? Do you think they'll release the SpaceX proposal? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Starship isn't violating any particular law of physics, you know? This is doable. It's totally doable. It's only a matter of time. It's time and money, to be honest with you, Cornbread. I don't... Like, look at landing on the moon. We clearly can land on the moon. We clearly know how to do it. Why haven't we done it? Money. This stuff takes time and it takes money. SpaceX can absolutely achieve what they're trying to do with Starship. It's just how long and how much money is that going to cost? Right? Could I go and make my own rocket company? Sure. Would that take a lot of time and a lot of money? Yes, absolutely. But I could do it. right? Well, not me, but you know what I mean? Like the average Joe, like that could be a thing. Sure, why not? It seems like every one of these projects, something like these Spruce Goose style projects, like could the Spruce Goose could that have been effective? Sure, absolutely. It could have been really good, right? That's a good idea. But it only flew once because Howard Hughes basically ran out of time because the war ended, but that's another story. I don't see anything particularly, like there's no real big particular law of physics that SpaceX needs to get around here. I think they can do it. The scope of Starship is quite big. And I'll be honest with you. If it was anybody else, I'd be like, this is going to end just like the space shuttle. But because it's SpaceX and because Elon Musk is so vehemently trying to make humans multiplanetary, I have a little bit of faith. I always say, to analyze NASA's current policy, you didn't look no more than previous policy, right? In this particular case, underfunding is coming back to bite us, just like what it did during Constellation. But underfunding is why underfunding it pushed deadlines out, right? And they ended up canceling it, citing poor performance. We have the same thing going on here, but once again, what's different this time around? SpaceX is the difference. I think if it was anybody else, I'd be like, we're screwed. But because it's SpaceX, I have faith. I really do. They've proven themselves. They've proven that they can take a concept like aerospace engineering and sending stuff into space and make it relatively routine. That's like the holy grail of spaceflight technology. They've proved it, I think, better than anybody else, even NASA themselves with Falcon 9. Seriously. Look at how many Falcon 9 launches we get. Some boosters have 9 flights on them. If it was anybody else, I'd be like, yeah, screw off with that. You can't make a space shuttle. But, I think it's, Elon has the time and he has the money. And you know what's funny? He has the time and he still doesn't care. They still go fast. One Falcon 9 flew more than Atlas over the past 2 years. Do you guys think this is a reasonable conclusion? Like, I'm a SpaceX fanboy as much as the next guy, but I don't think anybody's above criticism. But honestly, I think Starship is doable. I think it's doable. I still think the space shuttle didn't even get its chance to prove itself. Everybody wrote it off after Challenger when it was a management decision that caused the design to go. It wasn't a flaw with the damn design. Design flaws my butt. Don't launch it in the cold if it's not tested to launch in the damn cold. It's not rockets. Oh, wait. You know what I mean? A management decision is what screwed the space shuttle, not the design. Now, Columbia is a different story. Columbia is a freak frigging accident. You could launch, I still say, to this day, you could launch 1,000 more space shuttles and that would literally never happen. Ever. 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 It was a freak accident. And sometimes it do be like that. But once again, the space shuttle, I'd say something like the space shuttle is still a viable design. Absolutely. Guys, they launched the shuttle 9 times in 1985. There's no way in hell that the shuttle couldn't have been made to be reliable. But EJ, my lack of launch escapes it. Okay, 9 times in 1985 with its design flaw, right? 9 times. That's launching on the frequency of a Falcon 9. There's no way. It's just really a matter of the money and the time. And in terms of like a NASA program, it's funding. Oops. Glory to Glorzo. I have to sleep before I report on console for Crew 2. Thanks for the stream and covering HLS. All right. The static fire, Atran? Right on, man. Good luck. Godspeed, sir. And sleep well. It's old NASA bureaucracy. They're too scared to get the blame if something happens when everybody knows that space is dangerous. Well, that's what happened with Challenger, Sniper, yeah. They screwed them after. But once again, management decisions. Yeah, Calsum. But yeah, Cornbread, to answer your question, short answer, the TLDR, yes, absolutely. I don't think it's going to become like the space shuttle. I think Starship will succeed where the space shuttle failed. But the space shuttle didn't fail on its own merits. It failed because, not because of the design, but because of the people in charge of it. I think what we were saying is that SpaceX wants to SpaceX, and the NASA funding, no matter how small, is basically just a bonus. SpaceX is going places regardless. Even if Starship wasn't a thing, Burbs, they're still going. Technically, they don't even need to use Raptors while people are on board. That's right. Well, Katra, I never understood people blaming Rule 8 for things when Rule 8 is the reason why 6 American flags are up on the moon right now. I think that's a bad idea. We'll see. We'll see what happens. It's going to be very interesting seeing Bill get confirmed. When Bill gets confirmed, and then kind of where the agency's going to go from there, it's going to be very interesting. What you're saying is that the shuttle failed because it was a government program, hence it was a communist program. No, Jigava, not at all. I hate communism just as much as the next guy, but that's not what's going on here. By that logic, the Saturn V was a failure. I wouldn't go that far. Rule 8 is also responsible for only 8 flags. So, Kem, that tells me that Rule 8 isn't the problem, but it's a subsystem in Rule 8. If one of your Raptor engines is on fire and your Starship doesn't land, do you write off the entire thing and say start over? No, it's a subsystem. You got to figure out the problem in the subsystem. Unfortunately, Rule 8 is very convoluted on purpose. That's by design. What I've basically been able to narrow it down to is public perception. Do people see NASA as worthwhile? And if people see NASA as worthwhile, politicians will fund it. It's pretty straightforward stuff, guys. It's really up to us. We sit here and whine about how Rule 8 doesn't fund things. But then we let the same people that constantly screw us with spaceflight tech stay in office. Go vote them the frick out if you don't like it, It's like that's pretty much it. Like I don't know what else to say. I think I've said what I've said my keeps, dude. I haven't got anything else to say. That probably will happen, Raja, but my finger hurts, doctor. Amputate the hand. Right? Guys, you got it. It can't be 0 or 11, guys. You gotta kind of find a balance. As much as I want to crank it to 11, as much as the next person, that's not a good idea. That's how this stuff happens. When somebody says, no, this is not what we should be doing. We could save $30 billion if we don't do Constellation. Going to 11 like this ruins the space program. Don't do that. Please, don't do that. Yeah, Mile, that's what I mean. It's getting cooler. Hey, look, having a lander system funded should be evidence alone that space is gaining traction, and the need to go into space is seen as vital. Having a human lander on the books and funded, guys, might I remind you, SpaceX just got the funding for a lunar lander. On the books, fellas. On the books. That's pretty damn good. I'll take that. Do you think this all would be happening? Do you think this all would be... I mean, if Rule 8 people didn't change this year... I mean, goalie, that's That's like saying, what if the Apollo program didn't get canceled? I don't know, man. I have no idea, dude. I don't bother with that stuff. Goalie, there's no way I can answer that question without pissing someone off about something, because everybody goes to 11 when they hear something they don't like, especially regarding Rule 8 stuff, so it's just not worth it. I'm not going to answer it, dude. I bet SpaceX will start asking when SLS, because they'll be ready with the lander. Oof. Oof. I'm not going to get hype until I see it on the pad ready for launch. Okay. So in that case, Neo, the only question you should have is, when hop? NASA needs deadlines. That's what keeps sticking out in my head. Well, you ain't going to meet those deadlines in the first place if you don't fund the projects correctly. NASA needs long-term funding secured. Well, they attempt to do that by having programs like this, Rasak. When funds? Sad but true. Probably will happen because not all of Congress understands. Michael's right in that regard. Here. Here. You guys want to see something nice? Look at that. You guys want to see something nice? Did you see Burgerman saying how Jeff is jealous of Elon? What? Okay. What first, $1 Doge or Moonship? Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. Those legs, though. Drop dead legs. Pretty smile hurts my head, makes me wild. Burner now, now, now. Burner down. Burner down. You know that you want it. I'm happy. I'm happy. We should have done this in the 70s, man. I'm happy. We good, man. Peter Beck ate the hat and he never snorted milk. You never saw him eat it fully. They cut the camera, Tree. She works at Blue Origin right now. She did quit because she did quit SpaceX because she thought that NT had a better chance. Oof. Oof. He never said how much of it he ate. Yeah, yep, that's right. I like this design much better. Wider leg stance and more engines for redundancy. Raja, I'm fairly confident we heard them testing those thrusters up there. We heard them testing those thrusters up there a couple days ago. Did you see Tim talks with them? He had to eat 2 hats because of the number of takes to get that footage. Oh, God. That's horrible. Better side by side. Okay. So those thrusters Dracos or hot gas? You know what, dudes? I don't know. Why are the shadows going in opposite directions? This is not how this works. Did they tease the thrusters? Let's take a look. Yeah, it looks like this thing just has a bunch of Dracos around it. Ejectable nose cone? I don't know, Reagan, maybe. I like that. That's really cool. I like that a lot. Because it's not a real photo. Yeah, I know, Jageva. You know, so first of all, don't swear in my chat. Second of all, yeah, that's a joke. It's a joke. Third of all, get the hell out of here, dude. I don't want you here. All right, check it out, dudes. Look at the, look at the legs. I'm doing a joke too, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You have to give me some context, dude. I can't tell your tone from text. Put an emote after it or something so I can understand what you're saying. Come on. You're killing me right now. You're killing me. You can't leave me out to dry like that, man. How am I supposed to know? Okay, you can stay. But you gotta let me know that you're kidding, dude, because I don't know who's gonna come in here and start tossing around stuff like... And then somebody be like, you condone this behavior? Like, no. You gotta cut me some slack, bro. How's that for a tone? 420 hertz. Kyron, I'm gonna give you a hertz donut, okay? Cryptech, 18-month resub, thank you. I'm just happy the choice was not the 20-foot ladder. Oh my god. No fairings on the new legs. Not very aerodynamic. There's no air on the moon, Mile.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I mean, I'm just putting it out there, bro. Oh, you got gifted a sub. Sense of humor. I usually have a good sense of humor, and I can take the piss pretty hard as much as the next guy, but you gotta give me some slack, bro. I mean, a pulley is a pretty simple system, I guess. Well, I'll probably be busy at work now. Dev, yeah. No, that's cool, man. I'm happy. I'm happy, like, guys, I'm super pumped that SpaceX got picked. Like, I don't want to, like, fanboy out, but I'm pretty happy about that. That's pretty damn cool. What I'm annoyed at is that they didn't choose two. The national team had a good proposal, and they didn't choose it because herder, we don't have enough money. Like, hey, 27 months, Dev, thanks, man. It's gonna be sick, dude. So, after SpaceX started the Boring Company, are they they're going to start a skyscraper window washing gig? I mean, might need windshield wipers. So, redundancy on ingress egress. Redundancy on ingress and egress. Crank. I would make the method, yeah, I would put a crank right there. I mean, that's so dangerous, Rocky Guy. That's so dangerous, dude. Oh my goodness. Apparently we'll have two airlocks, so two elevators. I'm going to guess there's an airlock up here, and then there's an airlock down here, guys. A rope ladder. For most of the Dear Moon renders, it has the same leg bumps. Yep. Imagine getting to the moon and then finding out the elevator is broken. Well, that would mean that gravity's broken, Core. Airlock means servicing mission capability, right? It does. Oh, it does. Oh, hey, I don't hate that. You're right. I never even considered that. You can see one of the airlocks if you look inside the new one. How the hell can you tell that that's an airlock, man? How, like, it's a cylinder with a window on it. Like, how can you tell? Could you fall to death on the moon? There's gravity there, Jackery. Can you fall to death on Earth? Earth has gravity. Yeah, absolutely. It's just from a much higher height. It looks like it has a hatch? What? Why would an airlock be right there? Are you telling me that there's an airlock over here as well, and that this entire area is an unpressurized payload bay? Is that what you're telling me? Maybe public. It'll just be less painful and more embarrassing. It looks to be the case. Why would you do, I suppose. Or are they going to keep the rover? I don't know. It is technically possible to have a deadly fall on the moon. Owly, 5-month resub. Can't be. No way to get down from the hab. I don't know, man. Looks like a hitchhiker can be stuffed in there. I see what you did there. What do you think the lifespan movie Lunar Starship model would have? What do you think the lifespan of a Starship lunar model would have? I mean, engines, I guess. So what's the difference between these two? This is the new one that SpaceX showed in a render today, and that was their initial proposal. They definitely revised stuff. I like that Can-Am rover. That's pretty cool. I don't know why it has a windshield, but it's still pretty cool. Wait a minute. The damn rover has a windshield. What's that about? Why does it have a windshield? What wind? There's no wind. It's a roll bar. I know. I'm making a joke. God damn. Do I have to say Kappa after things, guys? Jeez. Dust? Maybe it's a HUD? Now that would be cool. That would be sick. If it was a HUD, that'd be amazing. Solar wind? That's not how this works at all. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Dude, look at how big that look at how big Starship actually is. That thing, dude, it's ridiculous. Is there KSP today? Yeah, we'll get KSP in a second. Solar windmills do not work that way. Wait a minute. Could you do that? Solar wind turbine? Oh, look, they could service the broken Raptors, savage. Sure, but slow. Why would you? For electricity, Josh? I mean, solar panels only work so well that far away from base. A solar wind turbine with solar panels on the turbine blades. That's actually a pretty cool idea. And then if you couple, can you imagine if you coupled that with like solar electric propulsion? Dude, that's pretty cool. I mean, it would be about as effective as a sailboat on the ocean, but hey, whatever. Why white paint? Thermal. Oh, EJ, you shaved. I just noticed. Yeah, nice and clean. Your boy's nice and clean. Still got the mullet though. Solar propeller plane. Yep. Damn, that thing is cool. Dude, all right. Underfunding of the program aside. Did SpaceX just choose Starship for a lunar lander? Did that just happen? It did, didn't it? That's not working very well at all. Hat hair is real. Did that just happen? Milk starting time. I don't have any milk right now. It could carry 4, Ryan. I like that we have Tintin's rocket funded. I guess you don't need to fund a base now. Your lander is your base module. Milk auto snort. That clip aged very poorly. Trey, I deleted it, so it doesn't exist. What is this about snorting milk? I don't know. Somebody's gonna have to. It's like, I don't know what happened. I never saw anything, drummer. A rover on the HLS moonship must be made by Tesla, right? God, I hope so. What do you think they're gonna name the first lander, dudes? The first lander better be named Tranquility, or I'm gonna be a little upset. Dingus 9000, Starship McStarship face. Lander McLander face, there it is. Armstrong, Lander McLander face. Doge Lander, wow. Such moon, gray, wow. Coin. Yeah, Steven, that was a little unexpected. Does NASA have a rover ready for Artemis, or do they need to build one? They'll probably build one in parallel with the lander, Ryan. Imagine the views that SpaceX will give us. Yeah, who's the real winners here? Where did Apollo 17 land? Name it after that site. Taurus Littrow. I want a second commercial lander. I don't like monopolies and eggs in one basket. Neither do I, Steven. That's my big criticism. I'm not really that big of a fan. But on the other hand, Steve, it would be stupid for NASA not to pick Starship. I said that yesterday. It would be stupid for SpaceX to not pick Starship. My choices, guys, the choices that I would have selected were Starship and the national team. That would offer you the most mission flexibility. You would have the most capability for the price with that. Now, the national team is more expensive than SpaceX. I also presume that, and that was right as well. However, Congress didn't fund NASA appropriately. They didn't get the budget request that they wanted, and NASA had to pick one. In the announcement that they left, or the announcement that they posted, they would have chosen the national team as a second option A, but they didn't have the money to do it. SpaceX by far was the cheapest. Pretty much what I was predicting. That was my first guess. What I got wrong was that they wouldn't have enough money for both of them. That's what I got wrong. I thought that sole source provider, so only one lander, it would be a stupid thing to do. NASA had no choice. They had no choice. Last Plox. Dynetics, nah. I would have gone with the national team. I love Dynetics' lander, but how the heck are you going to get it there? Solar wind turbine. All right, so it does exist. Cool. Nice. I love the question asking if Starship would launch atop SLS. Steven, I wish, dude. Lunar Starship on SLS? The heck with choosing. The heck with choosing Super Heavy and Starship or SLS with Orion on top of it. If you could launch Lunar Starship on SLS, then it works like the Altier lander. So you launch an SLS with Lunar Starship on top, and then you take like Falcon Heavy and put Orion on top of it, and then bolt Orion to Lunar Starship, and then shoot that all out to the moon. I mean, I don't hate that. So that white structure around the Starship mock-up is the SLS strengthening test. Oh, God. Yeah, maybe. Combine Orion and Starship on top of SLS. There's no way it has the mass to move that. there's no way that they have the thrust to be able to move that. It's too heavy. How the heck are they going to test that? I don't know. Nice, Azanku. That sounds exactly like KSP. Quad SRBs? I don't know if the flame trench would be able to take that. Wait, but if SpaceX is operating the lander, wouldn't they also be the one to do the Capcom stuff, since that's what they're doing with Dragon as well? Not sure. Depends on how the contract's structured. Theory's thoughts on how SpaceX will pull off that orbital refueling on that freaking scale. They've already had a contract to work on that stuff, Alex. They already have the contract under the next step, under next step 2. NASA gave them a contract to pioneer on-orbit refueling like 2 years ago. So they've been working on it already for 2 years. But they probably haven't said anything about it because of HLS procurement. Probably, Chris. So Starship goes orbital by July. You ever see For All Mankind on Apple TV? Yeah, Lotus? I'm just catching up with chat. Empty Starship loaded with Orion on SLS. Yeah, maybe. Do they already have the manufacturing capability for lunar? Who, Derg? SpaceX? NASA does, that's for sure. I just can't stop looking at this, man. That's what NASA chose as a lander. Holy buckets, dude. I can't believe they went for it. I mean, they really didn't have a choice, but that's nuts, dude. Oh my goodness. Here's a fun one. What is, in your opinion, the most detrimental part of the current expected Starship design? The flip maneuver, Alex. That's the biggest technical hurdle to solve. I mean, look at the Space Shuttle. Space Shuttle was the same way. That's why they did approach and landing tests. Dude, the view from up here on a lunar Starship, bro, that view would be awesome. I can't even imagine. Oh, okay. All right. I'm starting to get hype on this. I didn't want to get hype on this, but I'm starting to get hype on this. All right. What do you want me to see, Thomas? Just about ready to start steel. Oh, yeah. Oh, mama. Look at that. Wait for the VR panorama they make from that height. Devlin, I will crap a brick, dude. Like, guys, don't get me wrong. Don't misplace my annoyance, I guess, with the fact that SpaceX got picked. SpaceX should have gotten picked either way. Even if they did have enough funding, I would have chose SpaceX and national team. That's not where my grievances with this are. My grievances is that they chose only SpaceX. SpaceX and national team is much more sustainable forward, but this is a lesson that I try to teach. I try to teach that underfunding stuff is dangerous. It's very dangerous. And you're going to pay for that down the road. Even if it is SpaceX, you're still going to pay for that in some way, shape, or form down the road. You know why? Because you didn't get what you asked for. It's deviance in funding, not deviance in engineering. And we're already seeing the fruits of that labor and not two landers getting provided. We're seeing the fruits of underfunding already. So, yeah, I'm pumped. I'm pumped on Starship. I would have picked that. Oh, yeah, I would have picked it even if SpaceX wasn't the only viable bid. Yeah, I still would have picked. I think Lunar Starship is a great design. But it's not without its demerits, I suppose. It's way more than what NASA needed. But whatever. That's so sick, dude. I can't wait for the Lunar Starship interior. Just see drag, dude. It's gonna look like Interstellar up in there, Forge. It's kind of why I think it's cool. Oh, guys, Lunar Starship. This should have done that with the Space Shuttle. Yeah, you heard me say that. You should have done this with the Space Shuttle. Have the Space Shuttle fly up with an external tank, modify the external tank into Lunar Starship, refuel it, and send it out. You should have done this. We should have done this 40 years ago, bro. Should have done it this way. This is a great idea. SpaceX was never not going to be picked. Can you imagine the shuttle with it modified, like the shuttle going up and bringing an external tank into space that's modified to be able to accept like parts in space? And you can't say, "Oh, EJ, that'd be too hard." The shuttle was built for that. We should have been doing this a long time ago. Are you validating for all mankind? No, Thrawn, not in the least. I agree with you. Underfunding kills people. What now, Victory? I don't have the answers. I don't know where we're gonna pay for it. But if we're not gonna pay for it in money, we're gonna pay for it with something else. That something else could be time. That something else could be complexity. I don't know, but you're gonna pay for it somewhere else. Horrible idea. How dare you? How dare you? If they went with the refuelable integrated shuttle in second stage design, they could have done this. Yeah. SpaceX were going to the moon anyway with Dear Moon. Yeah, twitching. Doesn't it look a little tip over? It does, but never relax. It does look like looks like it's top heavy, right? But that can't be further from the case. There's 6 engines down here, 6 rocket engines. And rocket engines, while not as big as a Mack truck, weigh as much as a Mack truck. So, like a semi-truck. So picture 6 semi-trucks bolted to the bottom of this thing. And then the design makes a lot more sense, right? Rocket engines are super heavy. Most of your mass is concentrated down here. You got some fuel tanks right there. And then you have more empty space up here. In the form of a human habitation area. The by far the densest mass of Starship is down here somewhere. Engines are super heavy. See what I did there? What do you mean, Stoodle? Alex, breaking. United Rentals has been selected to lead the HLS program. No. The lack of a way to abort powered descent seems to suggest a very specific cost for underfunding in this case. Green, how, wait, what do you mean? How do you... What? Why would Starship not be able to abort a landing? Imagine them converting the tanks into wet workshops and still having it as a full base. Steven, that's why I think Starship is a great idea. Lunar Starship is baller. Lunar Starship, dude, you could do so much with that thing. You vent the tanks and you make a wet workshop in there. There's tons of possibilities there, man. Isn't there concern that the legs might dig in the lunar surface considering its vertical height? I mean, I'm sure there's a concern, freak ears. You know, designing any particular system on a rocket warrants concern of some way or another, right? But my question back to you, I guess, is do you see that as an unsolvable problem? I mean, they were worried about that with the Apollo program. They were worried that the lander was going to sink into the lunar dust. Let's say some SN11 catastrophe happens. There's no way to get away from Starship. At least with the Grumman lunar module, they had the ability to get away with the Ascent module. I guess. Imagine the day when United Rentals have equipment for the moon. With this lunar Starship, Dave, that moment might be approaching a lot quicker than we think. Electric F-150s on the moon when? And you know what? Starship could move them there. Starship could move a Cybertruck there. Starship could probably move 2 or 3 of them there in one shot. And people. Oh my goodness. That's real. Dude, I can't believe that. I can't believe that. I can imagine them even depositing used Starships there for stainless scrap. Mach E is on the moon first. No. No, please. Well, this video doesn't suck. My only concern with these tall landers is the hit on bug out capability. Dynetics, in your opinion, would be the best in an emergency. I've seen that video already, T-Man. Yeah, it's pretty good, right? No, it wouldn't be Billy Joe's Moon Buggy Rentals, Caveman. It'd be Billy West. I reckon my name's Billy West. Ah, yeah. What a stupid name. That sounds made up. I can't swallow that. Good news, Fry. It's a suppository. Repository? From that book Suppository, sir. What? As in the need to get back to orbit and home as soon as possible. I suppose. Yeah, I mean, Motorkid, you know how I always say, you know, you can't put a price on stuff? Well, another case study into why underfunding is a bad idea, but that's okay. Do you think they will do a non-habited landing on the moon before sending people there? Sorry for the bad English. They will, Rocky, yes. Yeah, that's what they talked about in the press conference. I agree with you, Bill. I think that's right. Cyber quads on the moon would be so sick. If you roll over, though, that's really going to hurt. Hey, Toolman. I know it's not really your thing, but have you checked out ARC's new space exploration and innovation stock, ARC-X? If I told you I had stock in ARC-X, would you believe me? Because I do. Motorkid, like I said, I'm super hyped. Like, okay, this is the... Well, I'm going to switch to Kerbal now. This is my final thing, okay? This is my final thing, guys. I'm super, 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 super excited that SpaceX got picked. That really makes me happy. That's what I would have done. If I was running NASA, I would have done the same thing. And I don't need a report to say otherwise, okay? That's what I would have done. With that being said, it's very important to understand that there isn't necessarily problems now, but problems could arise down the road from choosing one lander right now. The reason why they chose one lander, it was not because they wanted to. They chose one lander because that's all they had the money to fund. Okay? Underfunding projects, underfunding programs in the space, well, actually, this goes for any government procurement program, defense, NASA, whatever. Underfunding stuff in the beginning is a very, very bad idea. They did the same thing with Commercial Crew. Commercial Crew was underfunded. Deadlines don't get met. Simultaneously, the flip side of that is that SLS was overfunded. If SLS is overfunded, it produces no accountability. So you either get underperformance or zero accountability. It's important to fund these programs appropriately, or at least somewhere near appropriate. The reason why that's important is because that, coupled with deadlines, is because that gives you perfect accountability, right? So HLS was underfunded, and while SpaceX getting selected is sweet, I'm hype on that. That's gonna be so cool. It is important to understand that this could lead to problems down the road. And don't get me wrong, I'm not gonna doom and gloom. NASA could have chose nothing. NASA could have chose nothing. That was an option in the broad agency announcement. They could have said, nope, we don't have the money for any of these. We don't think any of these are a good option. That tells me that SpaceX's proposal was good enough and it was cheap enough. Okay? If NASA thinks it's good enough, I'm on board with them. But underfunding is dangerous. Underfunding causes problems. The space shuttle's development was underfunded as well. Got to be careful with that. Now, don't get me wrong. We're only 1 year into HLS. If they choose the appropriate funding, NASA does have the option. NASA does have the option to exercise, not exercise. They have the option to down select other providers. My guess is that if they get the funding that they need for next year, they're going to bring the national team on board. That's my guess. It's too early to tell. Kathy Leaders, Steve Jerzik, and everybody else on that press conference said that it is entirely dependent on funding, and the open source selection statement also echoed those same exact words. So, it could be bad down the road, but overall, this is pretty good. It's not the best, and I will always want the best. And like I said, we got a little spoiled with that guy. But it's good. Good. Jim is this guy here wanting the best is the reason why we have a human landing system on the books in the first place. Okay? Without that guy's power, without Jim's power moves, there would be no human landing system. Okay? So he was the one that got everything on the books and made it happen. And we got something out of it. Something's better than nothing. The national team is a bunch of private companies, Librio. Yep. Steve Jurczyk hasn't been doing much as his precursor when it comes to me. It's because he can't, Green. The interim acting administrator for NASA, Green, is basically a janitor. And I'm not trying to discount Steve. He's doing the best he can. He knows his position is temporary, and you can't make any power moves. He doesn't have approval from the executive branch of the United States to do any power moves like that. That's what Bill's going to need to be in there for. So, we'll see where it goes. If Jim didn't bring Starship early on, we would be doomed right now. Don't forget that, Phil. Guys, what Jim did for NASA is, I'm serious. If in some awesome timeline in the future, right, they make documentaries about the Artemis program, Jim is going to be a big part of it. I think it's going to take some time to see the power moves that he made to get this stuff done. But in good time, he's the one that's going to be in the documentaries showing, we're going back to the moon to stay, and we're going back to the moon. This is the Artemis generation, just like James Webb. It was seen as the father of getting the Apollo program done. The irony in that situation is that James Webb, the NASA administrator, was not NASA administrator when NASA landed on the moon in 1969. He was out in 1968. Interesting, huh? So, yeah. Down the road when they're making documentaries about this and we're all old sitting in our rocking chairs going, I remember that. We're sitting in our rocking chairs in a hotel on the moon. I remember that. You're going to see a documentary with him in it. Guaranteed. I think doing this a week before Bill is confirmed is a little bit premature. Yeah. Bernice Johnson from Texas agrees with you. Grandpa, you and your crazy American astronauts on American rockets from American soil. That's right, Buck. Could I grab some of the fireworks from your What? Does that mean we will get an overpriced and delayed Bridenstine space telescope someday? Oh, too real, bro. Too real. We never lived on Earth. Stop promoting those conspiracy theories. Minecraft question. Ran out of fireworks to fly. Oh, Thomas, that statement out of context really confused me. Yeah, grab a stack. Go ahead. Don't tell nobody, okay? Kevin's like, I'm old already. Bridenstine base. All I ask, Steven, is that we name something the Bridenstiner, please. Give him the Bridenstiner! All right. That's it. That's where it's at. I don't think anything... I think we pretty much got through. I'm going to read the rest of the open source selection probably after the stream. I'll read through it and pick out if there's anything else there. But I think we covered everything pretty substantially. Call the first lander that. The Bridenstiner! Yeah, I wonder if he said anything. Okay, so, well, that's not what I was expecting, but it's not the worst either.